Good morning. Can you hear me okay? This is a new system. Yeah, good morning. Before we get started on the business portion of our meeting this morning, I just wanted to say that I'm really excited to be back on the dais this week to continue our essential work on behalf of Montgomery County. Though the board was not in session in August, board members continued to work and engage with the community. I want to take a few moments to share some of the activities the board engaged in over the summer. Next, oh, there we go. As most followers of the planning board know, we advanced attainable housing strategies last spring as a tool to help address the housing shortage in the county. While the work is now with the county council, the planning department and board remain responsive to requests from community groups interested in learning more about what attainable housing strategies is and isn't. Several board members accompanied planning staff to community presentations to share what drove us to move this important tool forward. In addition to our community engagement, we also held a board retreat to solidify board goals and initiatives. This includes a continuous focus on ensuring there is housing for all in the county and that our park system has the resources they need to continue to bring their high caliber programming and open spaces to our residents. We have been working with our regional partners and local legislators to provide research and data related to land use matters. Next slide, please. The Maryland Association of Counties Summer Conference was a highlight of the summer for me. The event brought together hundreds of state and local leaders to discuss Maryland's challenges, opportunities, and innovations. Several board members attended. In collaboration with our Maryland National Capital Park and Planning colleagues in Prince George's County, we hosted a booth space to welcome and engage attendees on the work we do as a commission and as individual agencies to advance our region. I want to thank everyone from Parks and Planning who developed and supported our booth exhibit. We used our time at the conference to connect with people from around the state and attend sessions on solar, artificial intelligence, and many others. Next slide, please. This summer, the board was also able to support our parks team. Commissioners participated in the adaptive kayaking program, electrofishing, and the opening of our regional Wheaton Bike Park, Gravity Park, and other park openings. We're so excited to continue to create spaces and opportunities for all our residents in the county to connect with our natural environments around us. We've also been busy planning many engagement activities. Please join us later this month and next month as we continue our speaker series. This month, we'll hear from speakers as close as Arlington and as far away as Oregon on how their communities have addressed missing middle housing. The series are from 5:30 to 7:30 in this room and streaming on our website. We are also hosting a series of listening sessions with the council to hear from you on our attainable housing strategies. Please visit our website for those dates and times. Next, please. Another weekend of fun is coming this October 18th and 19th when Up County's Damascus Placemaking Festival will take over Main Street in Damascus. The Up County team has released a preview of the event's fall schematic design that demonstrates how Main Street has the potential to be a vibrant community destination in the heart of Damascus. We can't wait to engage with all the residents through the design and activation of these areas. I'd like to end by saying we are working very, very hard to make the county a great place to live, work, play, and do business in. Please connect with us to participate in any of our sessions, either through look at our website or in person. So thank you so much, and we really, really are looking forward to a great, great year at the Planning Board. So now we'll start our business section. The first item is approval of minutes. The first two, all the board members can participate in, and the last one, Commissioner Pedawim will not be able to vote on that one. So do I have a motion to approve the minutes of June 27th, 2024, and July 8th, 2024?
Move to approve the minutes.
I second. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. And the last is minutes of July 25th, 2024, where Commissioner Pedam cannot vote. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of July 25th, 2024?
Move to approve the minutes for July 25th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it 3-0. The next is approval of record plats. There are 6 record plats. We'll approve them all in one motion. The first is subdivision plat number 220230740. The second is subdivision plat number 22024030030, Potomac Station Estates. The third is subdivision plat 220241020, H.M. Martin's additions to Chevy Chase View. The fourth is subdivision plat number 220241070, Hamer's Grove. The fifth is subdivision plat number 220241080, Bradley's Hill. And the last and sixth is subdivision plat number 220241210, Cabin Branch, where staff is recommending approval of each of these. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the subdivision plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. And now we're going to go to item number 4, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science Plan Adoption, where staff is recommending approve the resolution of adoption for transmittal to the full commission. And this morning, we have Maureen Hill to present. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris. For the record, Maureen Hill, as Chair Harris said, here to present the Montgomery County Planning Board Resolution Number 2479 to adopt the Great Seneca Plan Connecting Life and Science. Staff recommends approving the resolution of adoption and then transmitting to the full council for their review and approval.
Any questions, comments from the board? Seeing or hearing none, do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the Great Seneca Plan Connecting Life and Science.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. This is a great plan, and we are so fortunate to have you and your team put it together and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're going to just take a 1-minute break, and we'll go to item number 5, Burtonsville Elementary School Public Hearing. Mandatory referral number MR 2024014, where staff is recommending approval to transmit comments to Montgomery County Public Schools, and the Forest Conservation Plan amendment number F2024040, where staff is also recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, the Burtonsville Elementary School public hearing. There are two parts to this. Is a mandatory referral request to construct a new Burtonsville Elementary School, and the second is a approval for a Forest Conservation Plan amendment. The Forest Conservation Plan amendment is number F202404140. And this morning we have Josh Penn with the Planning Department to present this item.
Good morning. For the record, Josh Penn with the Planning Department, Up-County Planning Division. Today we do have Burtonsville Elementary School, the mandatory referral, and final Forest Conservation Plan amendment. This is a picture. Is that better?
Is there a distinction between what?
We have a new sound system, so
Testing it. Is this working better? Okay, somebody did something. There we go.
Yep.
Okay, for the record, Josh Penn, Up-County Planning Division. Today we do have Burtonsville Elementary School, which is a mandatory referral, and a Forest Conservation Plan amendment. The project is located at 14709 Saddle Creek Drive, Burtonsville, Maryland, east of Maryland 29 and south of Maryland 198. You can see that it's right adjacent to the county line. The existing Burtonsville Elementary School is on the opposite side of 29, kind of in the downtown Burtonsville area, tucked behind all the commercial uses. The site is 10.95 acres in the 1997 Fairland Master Plan. It is generally open, graded flat, with a forested portion at the southeast portion of the site and adjacent to McHugh Conservation Park. We did receive one email of correspondence on the application. It was basically requesting information about whether the forested area at the southeast side of the property was going to remain, and more details about the final outfall location and details of the outfall. The outfall details are still being worked on between our park staff and MCPS, and the final details will be provided as part of their final plans moving forward. They are working in agreement with Parks. I believe Parks is here if we have any questions about that, but we're all in a good agreement there. And the forest area, while it was counted as cleared as part of the original preliminary plan done for the whole PD development that's there, the golf course community, is not recommended to be removed, but it is not being placed into a Category 1 easement since it's previously counted as cleared in the Forest Conservation Law. This project started back in July of '23. We met with the applicant several times over that period as they were doing their public outreach process. May 30th, they did submit the mandatory referral of forest conservation and Forest Conservation Plan amendment. We reviewed it and worked through the process. Staff did had some questions about transportation issues and also about site design. But during the process, staff and public schools had come to a great agreement on what was needed to be done out here, and we're both happy to present what's before you today. The proposal is for basically 100,000 square foot, two-story building. There's a parent loop to the north, a bus loop to the southwest. You can see that the entrance to the front of the school is kind of here where it's labeled, with the playground and the play areas located at the back. They have the loading dock here to the rear. They do have this entrance to the bus loop here coming along north-south, but they have this little access road and a little parking lot that's auxiliary for the play area and the back of the fields in the school. And then the loading dock is also tucked in back there also. Stormwater management requirements have been met. They do have a stormwater management concept. They are providing bioretention facilities and non-rooftop disconnects with level spreaders. New utilities are sufficient. And one of the main goals of the plan was, since there was a lot of street-oriented design along this, we wanted to free up some of that space for the public realm and kind of give that public presence. So we worked closely with public schools to develop this large courtyard here, which is hardscape because it's going to see a lot of traffic. And then this softer edge, which is a combination of landscaping, stormwater management, and pathway with some seating along there to kind of provide a prominent feature to the community across the street there on that main corner. So we work closely with public schools to kind of really develop from basically this portion of the northern bus loop all the way to the corner where Saddle Creek turns. Here are some views of what the school is proposed to look like. You can see here the courtyard. It's been changed a little bit since this drawing, but gives you a good idea of how it's going to look, kind of a different angle of it. And this is kind of their original visioning board that they had of what they wanted to go with the fall tones and kind of matching that. You can see how that is represented here in the school's design. It is in the 1997 Fairland Master Plan. It was located in an area that the master plan said should be a school site as part of the PD development that went on, PD2 development that went on here for the Fairland Community Golf Course. So they are utilizing it as a elementary school site that was dedicated to schools via that subdivision process. It also, we looked at Thrive Montgomery 2050 for guidance on this application of priorities, racial equity and social justice, emphasize walking, biking, and transit, and embed social connections, public health of our land and use planning. We are moving the school from what is basically a commercial area tucked behind where there is no walkability to the middle of a community, which will provide walkability, reduce vehicular trips, and provide safe
Hello?
That was a trial run. We're going to start again. So, so okay, Mr. Beal, can you start your presentation again? Yes, thank you.
Ready? Okay. I'm not. For the record, Mark Beal, Up County Planning Zoner for Up County Planning Area. Today it's my pleasure to bring to you the Dickerson Power Plant for conditional use. The conditional use number is CU 202413, and also the Forest Conservation Plan with a number of F202400620. The property is located at the intersection of Dickerson Road and Martinsburg Road. The staff-defined neighborhood is outlined in the blue, and then the property is outlined in the red dashed line. The primary uses outside of the property itself are agricultural uses and low-density residential development. All the properties on the outside of this property are zoned AR. There was one recognized special exception in the area, and it happened to be on the subject property. And to the south side of the property, we have the county incinerator and the county composting facility. So the property consists of multiple platted parcels and contains 578 acres. The property is outlined in the red dashed line here. It is actually split zoned with IH in this lighter shaded area here, and then the AR zone to the outside. We have an existing decommissioned coal-fired power plant right here, and an old coal storage area, and then there's multiple Pepco substations throughout the property. The noticing requirements have been met for this project, and staff has not received any correspondence from the community at this time. We have some existing pictures of the site. You can see the inside of the coal-fired plant, the warm water discharge, and then we have some pictures of the stacks and the building. The applicant is proposing a cable communication system for the data centers and a public utility structure or use for the battery storage areas. And their project shows 3 land bays on the conditional use plans, and the applicant is seeking a general approval of the uses. More detailed plans will come at with future modifications with lighting, landscaping, parking, that sort of thing. So here's the overall plan with the 3 land bays. Land Bay 1 is showing for conceptual purposes right now 2 data centers with the associated storage and offices. It's actually over top of the old coal fire plant that will be demolished. The area where the coal was stored is actually going to be the battery energy storage system. And then Land Bay 3 shows some additional data centers and associated buildings as far as storage and offices, and the potential for a future substation. The property is located in the 1980 Preservation of Agricultural and Rural Open Space Functional Master Plan, or AROS plan, and there are no specific recommendations in the master plan for this site. At this time, I'll turn it over to Josh Penn for the environmental.
Good morning. Good morning, Josh Penn with the Up County Planning Division. This is the applicant submitted a preliminary forest conservation plan for review. This is property is covered by 2 zones, which is IH and AR, and so there are 2 land use categories for the property. So there's land use category ARA, which is agricultural resource area, and CIA, or commercial industrial area. All forest retained or planted on the site will be put into a Category 1 conservation easement. The entire subject property subject to forest conservation is 679.11 acres, which is less than the overall tract because there are some areas that are excluded. The property is composed of 239 acres of commercial and 439 acres of ARA. The worksheets for the commercial section is 234 acres of net tract area, 18.19 acres of forest cleared, and 55 acres of forest retained. Does not generate a planning requirement within the commercial industrial section. and the agricultural area is 418 acres with 7.72 acres of forest cleared and 343 acres of forest retention, which also does not generate a forest conservation requirement. There is a tree variance for 4 trees removal. There is an unwarranted hardship. Most of the site has been trying to develop on the IH portion of the site. In doing so, it concentrated the development and the requirements. By doing this, it would move areas out of the IH into the AR zone for development standards. So we believe that if the variance was not considered, there would be an unwarranted hardship that would push stuff into the AR zones. The applicant does meet all the requirements of the variance request as outlined in the staff report. They are providing mitigation for the trees being removed, so 147 inches removed, and they're replacing it with 12 3-inch caliper trees. You can see here on the diagram, kind of upper right shows where the blue dots are where located, right along the bottom of page 7. You can see and blowing up here that the 4 trees are in Land Bay 3. And you can see they're right in the middle of the developable areas of Land Bay 3. So you can kind of see what's going on in those areas and why they might need to be removed. The preliminary forest conservation plan does meet all the requirements of Chapter 22A, and staff is recommending approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan and the associated variance request.
Thank you, Josh. So for transportation, this project is located on Martinsburg Road, which is a rural rustic road. There's no additional dedications required. And also there are no improvements required along the roadway. In findings, the proposed uses of cable communication system and public utility structures are consistent with the master plan. They fit in with the character in the surrounding neighborhood, and they will not cause undue harm or adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. And this application is meeting the specific requirements for a conditional use for the communication systems, as well as the public utility structures and the general requirements of the conditional use. Staff is recommending transmittal of approval with conditions to the hearing examiner for a cable communication system and a public utility structure. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, staff is here to answer questions as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Originally, we were going to have someone to provide some testimony. Okay, great. So until she comes on, or she may not be able to come on, but would the applicant like to give a presentation?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Bob Harris of Fleur Charlie Brewer representing the applicant, and with me on my right is Jeff Farrell from Terra Energy. Despite the size of this project, we're going to be very brief because I think staff has laid it out very well. We've been working with them for many, many months. They've put us through the tasks and helped us perfect this plan that's being brought to you today, and so we're certainly happy to have their support. We just think it's an ideal location and a great project that will serve the county well. There could be no better location. It's got power lines there, the fiber optic is there, it's heavy industrial zoning. It's been a dirty, heavy industrial use for about as long as I've been alive, and it's going to be a much better use that serves our contemporary needs. We're just happy to bring it to you, and mostly are here to answer questions if you have any. We've got a whole team of people here, probably more than we need, but we wanted to make sure you were as comfortable with the project as we are. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Would you?
Just for the record, Jeff Farrell, Vice President, Terra Energy. I'd like to, just a couple quick remarks. I'd like to thank planning staff. As Bob indicated, we've been working with them for a very long time. It's obviously a complex project. It took a lot of back and forth and a lot of effort. So spent a lot of time with Josh and Mark and Robert and Patrick and team, and they've been great to work with. So I just wanted to note that. You know, at its core, what we're attempting to do here is take a legacy coal-fired power plant and demolish it, mitigate the land, be responsible for taking care of it, and replace it with new infrastructure. There's infrastructure on site, and it is identified in Mark's plan, but there's infrastructure on site that probably should not or could not be built again. And our plan is to capitalize on reusing those assets as they sit and to put a good use, new digital new energy infrastructure and a site that's been traditionally used for those uses. So we're really excited for the opportunity. Again, to echo Bob's comments, we're really here to be able to answer questions and happy to do so. So thank you very much.
Great, I appreciate you presenting that. Just have a couple of questions. For the layman, what do you do at this proposed center? What, the cable communication system data center? What can you just explain what happens there? Okay.
Sure. So I'll start with the battery energy storage system because it's probably an easier conversation. So on top of the former coal pile where they housed coal before it went into the plant, so it's a environmentally sensitive land, we've mitigated that. And our proposal is to replace that with 500 megawatts of battery energy storage. What that basically does is it stabilizes the grid, provides resiliency, and allows non-traditional intermittent energy assets like solar and wind and others to be a little bit more effective on our current grid. I think a lot of people are learning that our grid does not have any storage capacity. So if the lights are on here right now, there's something creating that energy today. So this would be a utility scale, a very large utility scale project in an area that is absolutely perfect for it to go. Okay, you can imagine the power plant is now not working, it's decommissioned, and we're able to use those existing lines, the existing substations to connect and use the site to support the grid generally. So this is going to make all other projects a little bit easier to get to. It makes energy work a little bit more cleanly, and that's the basis of what that is. The joint communication system is more commonly known as data centers. That's the term in the county code for that. And in Land Bay 1 and 3 are intended to be data centers. So again, using the infrastructure that's there and the available energy and the available water for cooling, we're able to create a data campus that will be unlike anything else around. We're talking best in class, most efficient, cleanest possible development on, again, a former coal asset power plant site. So these are data centers in the heavy industrial land and battery energy storage in that coal pile area, also in heavy industrial land. I'll note that we have specifically stayed out of anything in the agricultural reserve and intend to put that into a preservation to keep that buffer there for the property and for the neighbors.
Okay. So a data center is where you store and process data and send it back out to, if I ask for how many this or there, there's some place where it goes and then it comes back with that. I'm just trying to get a big sense of it.
A really easy way to explain it is everybody's got on their phone, they've got maybe photos. I keep photos on my phone and I don't store them on my phone. They go up into the cloud. And what's the cloud? Well, those things get stored in a data center. Okay, so it's everything from easy things like that to explain document storage, medical, x-rays, things like that get stored somewhere outside of, in this case, like a hospital or this office building. It's everything from that to retail work, all your online activities, all your websites, all of the online phone calls that you make, all the video phone calls, and then there's AI as well, which is background processing that is not sort of retail use. So this is storage and processing at a really high area, and again, proposed to be done as really a one-of-a-kind way to do it, being so efficient. So I'm very excited about that.
Great. Just two more, and then we'll go to our Caroline Taylor, and then we'll come back for the other board to ask questions. So, and you could answer them later, but I just want to put it out there. So, is there some environmental regulations that you have to, you said there's cleaning up of the site. You talked about putting warm water, this gives off a lot of heat, I guess, and you take that, you cool it with the water from Potomac, put it back out there. There will be some agency that reviews all that and says, yes, that you meet X requirements, or you don't, or you have to change some systems, and that's a different review agency, correct? But there are this review process on the environmental side.
Yes, sir. Those are sort of two questions, so I'll address the environmental sort of responsibility that we have with the site first. So the site has been decommissioned. The power went offline, I want to say 2022, and it's been going through a decommissioning for many years. Okay, you can imagine a site like this has lots of open permits, stormwater management, sampling sites, I mean, everything you can imagine. Okay. All open permits with MDE have been successfully closed and mitigated. The last one was completed in, I believe, late March or early April, and it was for an area of sampling sort of right off site. So all permits have been closed successfully with MDE, and they regulate all of those activities. So with regard to all other permitting activities outside of the county, all those, anything that has to do with water will go through a public process with Maryland Department of Environment.
Okay, and then last is, we have heard that these projects use a lot of energy, okay? So it seems like you'll be storing energy from the grid, but you're not. You said there may be a future substation. So just out of curiosity, how much energy would this project use? And how, and so, and because I had heard that, you know, a small data center uses as much energy as 80,000 households, and a large data center uses as much as 800,000 households. So I'm not sure if this is called a large data center, small data center, but how much energy will you, and where does that come from, and how does that, maybe just as a bigger picture, how does that affect, would it affect, you know, a household's utility rates if someone has to produce this energy for them, and not for you, for your project? So could you just discuss how that works, please?
Certainly. I'll try and be a little bit brief. It's obviously complicated. So because the power plant was there, it has effectively sending and receiving abilities across the grid for high volumes of energy. There's, I think, 5 transmission lines on property that cross, and they go north, south, and east. So there's redundancy across the board here. And one of the reasons why this site specifically is so good for these 2 uses is because the energy here is very stable. It becomes even more stable with the addition of the battery system. And we have the ability to, and you're right, data centers use a lot of energy. One of the reasons why we're excited about this is because we have the opportunity to water cool, which creates a 40 to 50% energy savings, because it is more efficient to cool with water than it is to cool with air. So we've tried to create a balance here with this project to be able to look at this and say, well, let's use a little bit less energy, and let's use a little bit of water for cooling, and reduce our energy load and create a little bit more efficiency with each building. So the process for gaining access to the electricity is any, you know, if you don't, at your house, you just ask for electricity and they send it to you. Big commercial customers have to go through a study period with the provider. So in our case, that's First Energy. So First Energy is conducting a load study that takes about 6 months, goes through the regional transmission operator as well. So they look at this across the entire grid to make sure that this load that is being requested can be delivered. It can be delivered without risk to the public. And if there are costs to upgrade something at the substation or something that needs to be done, the user is required to make those upgrades. So that goes on us to be able to make any upgrades to the substations. One of the reasons why this project in this location is so unique is because there is so much electrical redundancy here, infrastructure redundancy, and because we're partnering data with storage and water for cooling. And it's sort of a perfect, you know, if you could do this anywhere, this would be the right way to do it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so you would have to pay for the.
Mr. Chairman, just and maybe Jeff can explain this further. We've had obviously extensive discussions with the power provider about this. They have provided us what they call a will serve letter based on their preliminary evaluations of capacity, and then we will go through a much more rigorous, comprehensive process before anything could be built.
Okay, great. So it's almost, you would have to, at your cost, upgrade the system if it's needed, and then you would have to pay for the power that you use. Is that what it is? And you're considering putting a future substation there so you can generate some of your own power? Is that what it is?
Not for generating. So when you have this volume of buildings, the power in the substations is set at a specific, and this is outside of my, you know,
Right.
Expertise, but effectively, we need it downsized or upsized to be right for the buildings. And substations don't generate power.
Oh,
they effectively step it down or step it up or change the frequency, amperage. So that substation would not provide any power or do anything other than tailor-make it and downsize it or upsize it to the client that's locating there.
Okay, great. And given you have such a large area, have you considered providing solar on this site to help reduce the electric load, or is that potential, possible, or not possible for the size of the project you have?
So one of the concerns with the site, and I'm sure there's other maps around that can show us the topography. So on your screen, you can see like a cleared path going north and south within the trees. That's under a utility easement. That's the transmission lines. Everything effectively to the right of that is an agricultural reserve property, which we're not interested in doing. Everything on the industrial land, and thank you, whoever put that up, is either already cleared or it's going to be, or there's infrastructure there. Almost all of that is going to be used for the BESS and for data. We have looked at doing a small amount of solar sort of around roadways. Unfortunately, the top of buildings is not really an option because of the cooling towers, and above the battery systems is also not an option. So what we have sort of said is that if we can figure out a way to put a small community project there, we would. But working through the county and state's regulations regarding size is one of the things that we've got to work through.
Okay, thank you. You know, yeah.
So just to understand this, I was wondering, because I didn't really understand that you are not generating any power there. So these battery structures that you're putting it, is it serving as an emergency and as a backup for the data center?
Primary use is for the grid at large, okay? So battery projects like this are really intended to stabilize the grid, particularly a project of this size. It doesn't have any direct application to the data. We do have an option to be able to use that as backup power if the grid's down. The primary function of these batteries is not for the site, it's for the grid at large and the community at large. So that's the main purpose of those batteries, is grid reliability, resiliency, and to be able to do a little bit of help with cost control, peaks and valleys.
So I'm sorry, because that's new for me. I'm trying to understand the technicality. So when you say that is a public utility structure, I was wondering that how is it public if it is mostly to support the operation of the data center? Is that correct? Because you need to put this battery structure there to make sure that, I may be wrong, but my understanding is that is so much power needed for these data centers that we want to make sure that the public utility is not being affected adversely because of the data centers that are there. So those batteries that you're having there, basically, that's what I thought it is happening, because I didn't see any source of renewable energy in your project.
So the battery project does not directly support the data. It is a grid-wide project, and it is actually permitted and managed through PJM, which is the regional transmission operator. So the intent of building it there is really independent of the data centers.
Okay.
Okay. So, and what that project really will do is incentivize and support intermittent and other legacy assets, nuclear, wind, solar, so that, the peaks and valleys that happened throughout the day and the energy load, the batteries help flatten that curve, okay, of energy load and help sort of stabilize the grid. So the secondary function is a possible backup for the data centers when the power is out everywhere, okay? One of the reasons why everyone likes the site for these uses is because the power is so stable here. Very, very, very rarely does the power go down at these substations. So the likelihood of needing a lot of backup assets is lower. So those batteries do not tie directly to the data centers for backup or for powering them. It's a grid project.
Okay, so
Madam-
basically it's two separate projects, the way I'm here.
I'm sorry, I was going to just Several times Mark has mentioned the grid, and I've been learning throughout this process too. By the grid, he means the electrical supply system and delivery system that covers a number of states. I did not realize this. Obviously, no state relies only on the energy that's created within its state. There's a sharing mechanism, if you will, called the grid, and there are a number of states within which we reside that is the grid, and that's what he's talking about, the BESS would support.
So do you have clients for the data center and also for the batteries? You already have clients for those, correct?
So thanks for providing this general information. That was just so us can learn about what you're planning to do. So we have Ms. Caroline Taylor online. Ms. Taylor, you have 3 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I had understood that if I was testifying on behalf of groups, I had a few minutes more than that.
You're right. You're right. You're testifying on behalf of Montgomery Countrywide Alliance. You have 6 minutes. Okay.
Great. Let's see if I can get my camera up here. Thank you for the time. I'm Caroline Taylor, Executive Director for Montgomery Countryside Alliance. I'm testifying on behalf of Montgomery Countryside Alliance and Sugarloaf Citizens Association. At this time, we offer neither support nor opposition to the project. We do, however, have some concerns and questions that remain, despite the fact that the applicant has been very kind in meeting with us over the months to sort of follow along in their project. And by the way, we did meet with the planning staff and shared our written communications with them about concerns that we had about various aspects or absences of information with regard to this project. The thing that we're doing right now with this project and any others that might follow, both in the county and the state, is we're operating outside of a regulatory framework. I think it puts everyone at a disadvantage, the applicant and certainly the public and decision makers, but here we are. And as I understand it from reading the staff comments, Terra Energy is seeking a, quote, general approval of the proposed uses at this time, end quote. The staff doesn't indicate in the zoning ordinance where that kind of approval is authorized, and we're not sure we've found that either. And in the absence of more, tangible specifics here, we're trying to find out how findings necessary for approval can be made. Certainly we're having, which is one reason why we can't necessarily, fully support the project at this time, because we just haven't gotten a full handle on the full scale, the location proximate to assets such as the CNO National Historical Park. We want to be clear that we are very supportive of the grid supporting battery storage. That seems to be very clear in terms of location, scale, scope, etc. But we are still a little flummoxed in understanding the full impact of the data centers. And I appreciate some of the questions that came from the board and the chair just now. Those are questions that we have had as well in terms of the effect on the grid, the effect on ratepayers, et cetera. So I also want to point out that our members have expressed concern about the impact of the project on the C&O Canal National Historic Park. Buildings could be proximate. There's been no noise study. We are hearing on the Virginia side that projects that are within 700 feet of homes, et cetera, generate quite a bit of noise. And so the use and enjoyment of that national asset certainly is a concern. And without knowing exactly where structure is going to be, it's a question. As far as adequate public facilities, again, appreciate the questions with regard to the draw on the grid and whether or not approvals have been made for the amount of power that would be necessary for the facilities. And right now, I guess it's 7 data centers, but I guess that's subject to change. I'm going to bring up the issue that I know the applicant's going to maybe make a face, sorry, Jeff, but water. still remains a question mark, and I understand that the state will be a decision maker in terms of withdrawal. But as far as, yeah, and I know that the statement has been that there'll be zero evapotranspiration of the water in the cooling process. I'm waiting to see that science, but the heat of the water, the temperature of the water returning to the river remains a concern in terms of aquatic life, in terms of the algal blooms that we're experiencing due to climate change. And this is upstream of the WSSC intake. So that remains a standing concern that we have expressed both to the applicant and to planning staff. And we understand, again, that the state is responsible for this, but in terms of adequate public facilities, in my opinion, one of the most precious and one of the most fragile is our drinking water, both the surface water treated from the river and certainly the sole source aquifer that underlies this property and the agricultural reserve. So we are concerned that these are, the word that's been used throughout here and elsewhere is preliminary. And I want to make sure that we have all the appropriate information in hand before we render approval for a project. It seems to me that is an obligation that we should have. And so with that, I believe that's everything I wanted to say. See, under 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I might be able to answer some of her
Okay,
questions if
okay.
you would like
Yeah,
me to.
certainly, but first let me just say thank you, Ms. Taylor. It's always important to get comments from the community, and we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Sorry, Caroline, I have not really worked with you. I know our team has been working with you extensively, but I've not been present. But I appreciate your comments, and we are well aware of your interest. Let me explain one thing, because this may not have been clear to you or others in terms of the multi-step process that we are engaging in. We are seeking a preliminary conditional use approval for the use itself, without the particulars of size, location, et cetera, of buildings. Before we spend the millions of dollars to plan and engineer details such as grading, building design, et cetera, we need to know that the county Office of Zoning and Administrative Hearings is open to the use itself. And so we've proposed this. It's much the way sometimes a conditional use application will be contingent on a subsequent preliminary plan of subdivision that looks at details, or in some respects compared to the planning process here, where every Thursday you hear sketch plan cases, which is a preliminary determination, and then it is subject to further review at preliminary plan and site plan. That's the kind of process we're going through here. So your issues are legitimate questions. We have studied them to the degree that we believe is comfortable for this level of approval. But then we will go through a subsequent conditional use application for the details. But the process doesn't even stop then, because as Mr. Farrell was explaining earlier, there are permits to be obtained from the Maryland Department of Environment addressing your issues about the water. There are reviews by the power provider to make sure that they are confirming they're okay with it. There is all sorts of reviews that will occur later, but we need the preliminary approval so that we can justify proceeding. Jeff, anything to add? Is that?
No, you said it perfectly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for those comments. Also, typically in a regular building approval process, there is something there's a noise study. I don't know does the state require a noise study? Because I'm not sure. Or is that it's more comfortable to know that approval is coming, that will be looked at, right? And because I don't believe the planning, there are no regulations requiring that. So those are the things that down the road that some comfort level someone would be looking at. But I'm okay with providing some preliminary. Yes, it seems like it will work, and so that you can go to the next step. Because I know, yes, you don't want to spend more money doing a final something until you have some checkoffs along the line. So, but why don't we speak with our other board members, get any comments or questions before we make a final decision, okay?
Yeah, I just have I have a couple of questions. Just a few. One, on the water temperature, and so this is going to be a fairly extensive cleanup, I would imagine, heavy metals, et cetera, to decommission the old power plant, take it down. That's mostly handled federally, I assume, and you have a plan to handle mercury, heavy metals, all that cleanup and things like that, and truck it out of there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for the water temperature, is that also handled federally for discharge back into the Potomac?
So there are federal regulations that are administered by the state.
Okay, so administered through the state?
Yes, sir.
Environmental, okay. Other than that, and Commissioner Pettit, we've got on it, the data center is going to be primarily used by you, or is it going to be contracted out? Is it primarily a recovery center, or is it an active cloud like data center? I'm just curious as to what this has nothing to do with my day job that I handle these kind of things for financial regulation. But what exactly is the data center's primary, like what is it going to be? What is its business model for that, please?
To be determined.
Okay, TBD.
So these would be shell buildings built with tenants who would occupy at some.
Tenants would occupy in the, and have, so it could be Amazon Farm, it could be Server Farm, and thing like that.
It could be any company.
Okay, no, I think that's clear. And then for the battery storage, it was 500 megawatt storage?
Up to.
Up to 500
Up to,
megawatt
yes,
storage,
sir.
okay.
So that permit goes up to 500 megawatts, and that would be built based on the market by the time we get to the.
By the time you get
building,
to the
yes.
thing and the needs of the overall
Yes, sir.
power grid for the Mid-Atlantic. Okay. No, other than that, I have no real other questions. I'm curious about maybe we could talk offline about that. That's not really relevant to the regulation to my interest in the data center piece. But otherwise, I think it looks like a good project. I'm glad that this is decommissioned. And as long as there are somebody handling the environmental issues of decommissioning a coal power plant that was built before many of our master plans apparently in there, I'm good with it. Also, I find it very interesting that there was a Whitewater Rapids facility that was outside of the place. I think it's really cool. Don't decommission that. I want to see that at some point when I go on the San Okanagan Trail. But otherwise, I'm good. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Linden.
Yeah, I don't have any specific technical questions about the application itself. Likewise, I think that the battery storage in particular, I think that's obviously a great value add, not just for our community, but the whole region, the entire kind of east side of the grid for the entire country potentially. I'm curious, I don't know if this is just extra context for me, but does any battery storage facility currently exist in the county outside of, this would be the first?
There may be a couple of small, sort of almost used like as a UPS for a specific business.
Yeah.
But nothing for serving the general grid.
Okay.
So there are some instances where maybe a business has got one rather than having a fuel generator. They've got a stored energy and they use that for backup for a period of time, but there are no grid projects.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, this is really going to be a tremendous kind of first step, I think, for the county as we move onward, and not just for, as part of the green energy transition that we're all trying to get to, of course, but just for stabilization as we kind of experience more shocks to the system in the coming years. So this, thanks for taking on this work. And the only question I have is not related to this project. Something you said earlier when the chair asked about the potential for solar. You mentioned that for reasons you weren't considering, kind of looking at the screen here, you weren't considering a project on what looks like it's currently forested AR land. I was just wondering could you talk about some of those reasons why you think that's not a practical project type for you?
A couple of reasons. We did look at using that land as solar. What you don't see on the screen is the topography.
Yeah.
It's extreme. What you can see on the top side, sort of, it looks like a squiggly line. That's the Little Monocacy. And if you go out there on the southern side, it's a cliff. It's 75 to 100 feet straight down. And then you get down to the water and you slope up. And then on the right-hand side of that industrial property, it's big undulations. So not being able to face them in the right direction, it really only works out to be, a few megawatts when you'd have to use a tremendous amount of space to get sort of small yield. And we believe, and based on community conversations, that the land is more valuable as it sits in preservation than using it for a very small solar project.
Okay, yeah, thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, outside of that, I don't have any questions. I think it's a great overall project, so thanks.
Just one last question, then we'll move forward here. So there will also be a forum, I don't know when it is, will there also be a forum where there is discussion and residents or the county will know about the potential cost to any incremental cost to residents of this facility in terms of rates and stuff like that? Because it has to generate are you paying 100? I'm just asking, when does that discussion happen about, will it affect the cost of electricity to the average consumer? Right?
Thank you. It's not contemplated there would be any expense borne to anyone apart from the developer of those data centers or battery. In fact, one of the things that's really interesting about a battery energy storage project is it actually helps stabilize pricing throughout the day, hopefully making it more stable, transitioning to less expensive generation resources like solar and wind, where those are able to be dispersed during the course of the entire day and settle down the curve. I mean, I think a lot of people don't know that rates change almost by the minute. And you get a utility bill and it looks like it's the same thing every month, but you pay a different rate at 9 a.m. than you do at 9 p.m. and 5 p.m. So a battery project actually stabilizes, and one of the main functions is, apart from resiliency, is actually keeping prices a little bit more flat and allowing new generation assets to be built at a smaller scale and reduce some cost. So the long term is that it should actually stabilize or reduce costs.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, one quick thing I wanted to add, I forgot about this earlier. I provided your staff with a letter of support. The Montgomery County Department of Economic Development, the Economic Development Corporation, I should say, I used the old language, has written a letter of support for this project because of the significance that each of you has been recognizing up there, and she has a copy of it over there.
Right.
Thank you.
Glad to see a representative of the Department of Economic Development here. It says also physically supporting. All right, so one last comment here.
Yeah, I'm just curious that this kind of battery structures looks like that in this area you are the first pioneer.
Thank you.
Is it difficult to build them? I'm wondering that if there are so benefit to stabilizing the power, why hasn't been more of them?
Like most things, technology has just gotten to the point where they're becoming effective and cost-effective to build, ship, and install. So not unlike solar panels that were made in the late 80s are not as efficient as they are today. Markets only tend to work for things like this when they become cost-effective to do, and that scale is tipped appropriately at this point. So it's cost-effective to build and install, and I had mentioned earlier up to 500 megawatts, and that's because there's a limit to how much is helpful, and it may be that it is 375 megawatts when it gets constructed, and it may be that at that time it's a good idea to do the full project. So that's why I did say up to, because there is a point where it becomes too much.
And another technical questions. I know that you said it could be used as a backup. Could it be used also during the emergency situations? Can they withdraw when something happens to the grid? Can they withdraw from these batteries, for some time until
as
they
long as the
fix it?
lines are in place, the batteries can distribute electrons at any time.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's very important. Thank you.
Okay, so I just like to have staff just go over again, what are we approving? In this use, so just make sure we know what we're approving. What I heard was that this is a process to allow them to go to the next step. But just if you can just summarize what we are, if we were to approve what we're approving here.
Yeah. So, yes, so what we're looking at is, I mean, Mr. Harris gave a perfect example and analogy of the sketch plan to preliminary plan to site plan. And that's what we're kind of doing through the conditional use process is a overall general approval or recommended, excuse me, of a general approval for the conditional use to get the uses approved. At a later date, they'll come back with modifications, and those modifications, you know, depending upon the hearing examiner, would probably be major, maybe major, and would come back to us with more details, lighting, landscaping. At that time, it may be determined that's when we need the noise analysis, we need additional information, water temperatures, that sort of stuff. You know, they may mention it millions of dollars to do plans, but they need to get this initial approval done first and then come back with more detailed plans later for modifications that we will all see, and we'll go back through the hearing examiner process again also.
I'm 100% supportive of that. I mean, but when we do transmit this letter, could you just also mention some of the questions we asked about, you know, noise and stuff that we're hoping to have addressed in the future?
And the forest conservation plan will come back again also as be a final forest conservation plan through that process, so that that's more cemented also.
Okay, great. So do I, if no other comments or questions from the board, do I have a motion for approval of conditional use application number CU 202413?
I'll move that we approve the conditional use number CU 2024-13.
Second.
I second.
All in favor? Oh,
Aye.
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 The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this project forward. We look
Forest
forward.
conservation.
I'm sorry. Okay. Let me say. Okay. We also have a forest conservation plan F 2024-0620, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. What were the conditions? Were they just out of curiosity?
The conditions are the standard conditions that we have for preliminary forest conservation plans, referring to required site inspections, tree protection safe measures, and limits to disturbance must be consistent moving on to the final forest conservation plan.
Okay, great.
And there was 4 trees variant, is that right, for 4 trees?
Yeah, there's a variance request for 4 trees at this point.
Okay, great. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve the forest conservation plan F 2024-0620 with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. Thank you for bringing this project forward. It's potential to have a lot of benefits for the county, and thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, if you permit me one moment, Matthew Mills, the General Counsel's office. One additional item, Mr. Harris, this does not concern you or your clients, so you can exhale now with me butting in after they voted. Apparently, we lost audio for the vote on the Burtonsville school mandatory referral. So if you could re-vote on that, if memory serves, the motion was to transmit comments to MCPS recommending approval with the additional traffic calming considerations suggested by Commissioner Hedrick.
Great. Do I have a motion for to approve what Mr. Mills had just said? Approval of the mandatory referral MR 2024-014 with the additional recommendation of traffic calming at the school.
And,
So removed. There we
and second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
Thank you.
so much.
And if we could have a removal on Forest Conservation Plan Amendment F 20240140 as well, please.
Yes.
I will also move for forest conservation plan amendment F 2024-0140.
And I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you. Anything else, Winnie?
I think we're caught up. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you so much. We're going to take a lunch break now. We're going to come back at, what should we? At 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, mandatory referral, MR 2024-06, Chaberton Solar Sugar Loaf, where staff is recommending denial of the mandatory referral application and transmittal of the comments to the State of Maryland Public Service Commission. So this afternoon, we have from the Planning Department, Mark Beal, to present this project. Good afternoon, Mark, and take it forward.
Good afternoon, thank you. Mark Beal for the record, Up County Planning Area Zoning Planner. Today I bring you the mandatory referral for Chaberton Solar Sugarloaf with a mandatory referral number of MR 2024016. The subject property outlined in the red dashed line is located at 2597 Darnestown Road. It's approximately 1 mile south of Dickerson town area, and the entire area, including the property, is all zoned AR. The property consists of a little over 52 acres. It's currently an agricultural use, and they're going to be utilizing a little over 19 acres for the solar. There is an existing forest conservation easement forest bank outlined in the green dash line, and there's an existing forested area with a stream on the north end of the property. All noticing requirements have been met. Staff has received 2 emails in support of the project and over 140 emails in opposition of it for the not compliance with zoning and not compliance with the master plan. The basis for the denial is the project does not conform with the 1980 Preservation of Agricultural and Rural Open Space Master Plan, or ARIS plan. It is not conformance with the Thrive Montgomery 2050 plan. It also is not in conformance with the Chapter 59 Montgomery County Zoning Ordinance, as well as Chapter 22A, the Forest Conservation Law, and the applicant does not have an approved fire department access plan, which is required prior to building permits. So the proposed development is off of a shared driveway located here. They are proposing a 4 megawatt solar system here with a surrounding fence around the perimeter, and a fire department access has been submitted for this location here with a cistern. So the ARIS plan promotes farmland and agricultural uses as a primary use on the property. The Thrive Montgomery does the same, maintain the agricultural use and the prime use on the land, as well as keeping economically productive and sustainable activities in the AR areas of the county. Chapter 59, it's not allowed to have solar arrays on any prime ag soils. This particular case, we have class 2 ag soils, which are prime ag soils. They're not providing any details on agrivoltaics in and around the solar array, and the proposed is over the 2 megawatts, which is capped at the state level. That's what local jurisdictions can do. Environmentally, the forest conservation is required. Forest conservation plan is required to be submitted with the mandatory referral. The applicant did not submit or obtain an approved NRI FSD prior to submitting the the forest conservation plan with the mandatory referral. In order to stay on schedule for the applicant to the PSC, applicant accepted the mandatory referral without the FCP and prior to the approval of the NRI FSD. The NRI was initially submitted on July 12th and was accepted as complete on August 9th. And the NRI is still under review, and there has not been an FCP submitted. All adequate public facilities have been met except for the fire department access plan. The applicant has submitted a plan, but it has not been approved yet by Fire and Rescue. As far as transportation, there's no additional dedications needed, and they have a transportation exemption statement, and there's no new trips being generated with this application. So staff is recommending a denial with mandatory referral be transmitted to Chaperton Solar as well as the Public Service Commission. And the County Council and the County Executive will receive these comments for consideration when submitting comments to the Public Service Commission, as they are the governing bodies of Montgomery County. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, staff is here as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beal. We have one person that was going to provide testimony. Is Ms. Taylor available? Okay, so we will continue, and when she's available, just let us know, and we'll have her provide her testimony. So would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yes, we would.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday for the applicant, Chaperton Energy. I am accompanied by Chaperton's Chief Operating Officer, Mike Doniger. We are expecting the property owners to be here. They maybe didn't get the message that the meeting had moved from 1:45 to 1:15, so we do expect them here at any time. Doug and Charlotte Boucher, and they would like to also offer some comments when they're here. I may have said their name wrong. I said it the French way. It might be Boucher. My apologies. We are also have online Chaperton's Development Manager, Katie Griffin, and the engineer for the project, Charles Walker. I'd like to set the stage a little bit to make sure everybody understands sort of the procedural stage that we are in at this point. This application will be approved or denied by the State Public Service Commission. They have a lengthy process with various public hearings, and we are sort of in the middle of all of that. The county has the right to make comments, which the Public Service Commission has to take into account when they make a decision. A mandatory referral is not really a situation where you grant or deny something. It's an opportunity to make recommendations on the application. And in this case, to make recommendations to the Public Service Commission. So I'll have more extensive comments in a little bit, but I'd like to let Mike Doniger give a presentation. He wants to tell you a little bit about Chaperton and community solar, and then I'll come back.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board, staff, and everyone that's participated so far in our process. Appreciate all the time, in particular today, but leading up to today and beyond as well. I just want to confirm that everyone can see. Okay, there we go. Now I see the presentation in front of us. So Chaperton is almost 5 years old. I'm one of the co-founders, and we founded the company right here in the Bethesda, Kensington area, with our current headquarters at 1700 Rockville Pike, just 20 minutes away. In the last 5 years, we've grown from just a dream and an idea to one of the leading community solar developers in the state of Maryland, and a focus a little specifically on community solar, and I'll go into that a little bit later in a little bit more detail. As Mr. Beal gave the overview of the project, I just want to point out a few of the features that as we look as solar developers, not just here in Montgomery County, but across the state and across other states as well, some of the things that we've found that planning boards and county councils are really and particularly encouraged by, that I think we see those attributes here in this site as well. So one, the three-phase line that would be interconnecting to, so the grid line is on the property. It's actually right at the western edge of the property, that red line there that you see in the bottom picture. And so there is basically no grid upgrade we can tie into it directly, and so that's a superb aspect of this particular site. The site itself, from an environmental standpoint, is very conducive to solar. It's very gentle slopes. We don't have to do any grading to adapt it to the solar panels in any way. We can basically use it in its natural state. And beyond that, there's forested area over the pieces that are more sensitive environmentally, so we'll be staying out of those. And actually the landowner is voluntarily conducting afforestation as a second phase of afforestation on the property, and we collaborated with him on where we could put the solar, where was best for the solar and where was best for that afforestation. And so there's a lot of great cohesiveness around the environmental aspects as well as kind of the solar-specific aspects to a property like this. And finally, there are no neighbors. The landowner will be able to see the solar panels. It's on their property, and their relatives share the driveway. But there are no other houses or no other residences as a private driveway. We're over a half mile from Darnestown Road, which is the next actual road that it connects to. So we're very secluded, and so a very ideal property from that perspective. In addition, I think a large aspect of solar development right now that has really come on in the last couple of years is the concept of agrivoltaics or dual use. So we've been a leader in that respect up till now. All of our projects have been designed under the Maryland Pollinator Program, so you be able to obtain that certification. And that is really, in our minds, the first step. And we've been working very closely with the State Department of Agriculture as to really define what is the next step beyond that. Right now, across the country, there are several, I'd say, pre-commercial, more pilot kind of phase sort of projects, but it's really starting to gain momentum, and we are in direct communication with all of the folks that are on the leading edge of things like grazing of livestock around panels and harvesting of food stocks, like lettuces and things like that are conducive to solar and agriculture together. The staff mentioned that we don't have a specific agricultural plan yet, and that is true. We're still very in the early stages, as Francoise mentioned. This project is still in the very early stage of development here. We probably won't be building for another 18 or 24 months even, as there's a lot of more process steps via the state permitting process that we have to go through before we get to that stage. However, we're in contact with the leading agrivoltaic companies or agricultural to cohesive agricultural countries bringing that dual use to solar, and actually have an active request for proposal out right now, which we've received recently in the last couple of weeks, the first two proposals under that would apply to this project. Under the PSC on the record in the docket, we have committed to an agrivoltaics plan that would be approved under the PSC's permitting process with the approval of the Maryland Department of Agriculture. And so there is a standard condition that we actually already have on a different project out on the Eastern Shore that we have voluntarily committed to accepting as part of this project as well. And so that's already part of the plan and part of the public record. And I guess my last comment on that is still that plan is not quite ready yet, but it would be prior to construction. That approval is required to be given by the state prior to construction. And then moving on to the next slide, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what community solar is in case some folks aren't as familiar. Most folks are familiar with the very large utility scale kind of solar projects that can take 1,000 acres, multiple hundreds of thousands of acres, more so in Virginia than Maryland at this point. And also, of course, residential solar on rooftops and school buildings here in Montgomery County, et cetera. Community solar kind of is a hybrid in between. And I like to describe it as the most altruistic type of solar, which solar is already pretty altruistic. But the piece that brings the community solar into way and why the term community is attached to it is that it has a component to helping those who cannot otherwise directly participate in the solar evolution, the evolution of our grid. And what I mean by that is that there's a commitment for low to moderate income households, as well as small businesses, Main Street type of businesses that can subscribe into the project directly. And we sell the solar or the electricity to them at a discount, a guaranteed discount to what you can get from Pepco, or in this case, actually, it's Potomac Edison. It's inside of the utility, Potomac Edison utility area. So this really only applies to residents that are up county, and so that would be the ones that participate in this project. Other projects that we have coming online for Pepco, we're working on that as well. But that's an aspect of community solar that we really don't see in other aspects of solar, right? There are the other aspect of this is that we really bring to the table is that we also really want to make sure that the community is pulling for projects like this. And so we have a Chaperone Cares program, and we are working with nonprofits here in the county. We've already actually made donations, even regardless, before any approvals or anything like that is happened. We do that already, just as really trying to put our good foot forward as being a good neighbor. And so that's really all about the aspects of community solar. The other aspect is that we are bringing tax revenue from out of state, in state, and in this case, in county. So the electricity that we'd be displacing, we are currently importing. I'll speak a little bit more about that on the next slide, but you can see some of the numbers on the slide that we've had up here that I expect you've read already, so I'm going to keep on going. So on the next slide here, that talks a little bit to the Maryland as a net importer of energy, and Montgomery County being one of the largest user of energy in the state, being absolutely an importer of energy. And so this is really a different concept of how the grid is shaping from the hub and spoke method of the older kind of traditional grid to more of a distributed nature, and community solar plays a large role into that. So what's good is in Montgomery County, we have 15,000 solar installations as of next month, a year ago. So October of 2023. According to the PSC, there were just shy of 15,000 solar installations. That's 177 megawatts, all generating right here in Montgomery County. But you can see what that equals. It equals 1% of the energy that's being used in Montgomery County. If you put that on a statewide basis, it's less than 0.25% of what the state is using of energy. And so while we are very much in favor of every building should have solar panels on it, those are only 12 kilowatts at a time, whereas we're talking about here in one project bringing on 4 megawatts at a time. So you're starting to get to some scale in a very conducive way, as I said earlier, with the environment. And so obviously we are very much in favor of continuing forward with a project like this. We certainly understand that the planning board needs to operate within the zoning rules and all the different references that were cited earlier. However, as Francoise mentioned earlier, again, our hope is that the state process is allowed to move forward because I think the benefits here are trip very strongly towards the favor for all of us, for everyone who uses energy or pays for energy here in the county, in the state as well. And appreciate it, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much. The vouchers have arrived, so I'd like to invite them up to the table. Why don't you come
Great.
sit in these chairs?
Yeah, while they're coming up, we had Miss Caroline Taylor is also available now, so let her do her
Sure.
6-minute presentation. Ms. Taylor, are you there?
I am on by phone. We couldn't work out the technical difficulties. For the record, I'm Caroline Taylor, Executive Director for Montgomery Countryside Alliance.
Could you talk up,
2001
please?
MCA
We can barely hear you. Could you need to speak up, please?
Oh, okay. Are you not hearing me now?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. So sorry. For the record, I'm Caroline Taylor, Executive Director for Montgomery Countryside Alliance. Since 2001, MCA has worked to promote and protect Montgomery County's nationally lauded agricultural reserve. We endeavor to support local farmers, both existing and new, and protect critical natural resources, including forests, streams, and our federally designated sole source aquifer. Our Land Link program has advanced connections for existing, new, and diverse farmers on over 500 acres to help address a major challenge, access to affordable, productive farmland. This is a tough barrier to beat even under current circumstances, but will grow exponentially if we tip the balance of land uses in the reserve toward high-paying industrial uses such as solar facilities, who've been promising reserve landowners as much as $4,000 per acre per year to lease farm acreage. Land Link producers pay lease amounts around $120 per acre per year. Roughly 60% of farms lease farmland in the reserve. I would like to take note that we support smart deployment of solar on marginal soils, as our colleagues at American Farmland Trust and Sierra Club have recommended. And we have co-held forums with the Green Bank, Montgomery County Green Bank, to help advance accessory solar at 200% generation and community projects within the confines of our zoning. We join our colleagues, Montgomery County Farm Bureau, Sugarloaf Citizens Association, and Montgomery Agricultural Producers in urging the denial of the proposed generating facility that is prohibited under Montgomery County zoning regulations for two reasons. One, the project size at 4 megawatts violates the law that a, quote, a solar collection system larger than 2 megawatts is prohibited in the agricultural reserve, end quote. And two, even if the project were 2 megawatts or less, the project violates the law that says solar collection systems are prohibited on soils classified by USDA as either soil classification 1 or 2. Chaverton suggests submissions or suggestions that they will overcome those prohibitions because they will be planting pollinator plants or other quote-unquote agrivoltaic activities do not overcome these prohibitions. They are of no consequence under the Montgomery County zoning regulations. Within the plain language of Montgomery County zoning code, such concessions are not available to prevail over the absolute prohibitions on, of size and the protections of prime soils. I hope you find it useful to understand that over the course of 2 years, Montgomery County's crafted its zoning provisions, as I mentioned before, to go from 120% to 200% accessory solar generation. Other groups, including climate change activists and the groups that I've just mentioned, work collectively to help pass the zoning text amendment that now provides for solar in the agricultural reserve, taking into account the myriad ecological and food system functions of the ag reserve. As part of the deliberative process, various county departments researched and prepared mapping to determine how 2 megawatt systems could be deployed while protecting fragile natural resources and productive farm soils, factoring in existing power infrastructure. Significant compromises were made in the process, most notably giving up agriculturalists' requests to protect both Class 2 and 3 soils, allowing that projects could be advanced on Type 3 and lesser soils. Most of the crop production in the county is on Class 2 and 3 soils. Class 1 soils are primarily alluvial and not suitable for agriculture. After the passage of the zoning text amendment, as I mentioned, we in the Green Bank sought to advance the new use and had a number of webinars. Efforts to craft the zoning provision for solar facilities in the reserve, just as public utilities use provision in the reserve, were addressed through maintaining the same construct of conditions and process of approval. As required by state law, major land use changes such as zoning text amendments must maintain substantial conformance with existing comprehensive and master plans. So with all that, I am here to support on behalf of those groups that I've mentioned before, the staff recommendations for denial. We are interveners before the PSC and will provide information for the hearing examiner there. And I do, so thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your testimony. Now we'll go back to the owners of the property. Thank you for coming today. We'd love to hear your presentation.
I'd like to introduce Charlotte Boucher and ask her to speak to the board as she likes. Yes, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. I am Charlotte Boucher, and I wanted to speak to you today because this is my family farm. We've been there 200 years. And when my grandpa was a little boy, it was a vast, enormous farm. Over the years, he grew up and bought from his father a corner of the farm where he pursued a dairying operation until the 1970s. I spent a lovely childhood spending my summers at the farm and remembering how perfect the conditions were. And I have to say that I would love that to go on forever. I plan to pass this property on to my children and my grandchildren. And if I could get my idyllic childhood back, I certainly would in a heartbeat. But the truth is that as much as we would like to have no change, change has been thrust upon us. I believe in global warming. I believe in climate change. I have seen it on the news, but I've seen it in my own backyard. And that's the doom of agriculture in the ag reserve if we don't pay some attention and do something about it. Now, we were raised as part of a tight-knit, generous, and caring community where people look out for each other, work together, and make things happen. And so the reason that we are interested in, well, I in particular, my husband was just lucky enough to come along. But this is my life. And I in particular am interested in a project that does not damage my property. The day after we don't need it there anymore, it can be dismantled and crops planted immediately, as long as there's no snow on the ground. It is responsible for the future of agriculture. I'm not sniffing at those plantings that provide pollinators to agriculture. You don't have agriculture without pollinators. And I'm particularly urgent about helping hundreds of my neighbors, over 500 households, with lower cost clean energy, because that's what we do in our community. So we reach out to each other and help each other. I was brought up to believe that there's only one job we have to do in our lives, and that's leave the world a little better for our having been in it. Most of us look at the climate change issues and we say to ourselves, we're not rich, we're not famous, we're not important, what can we do? If I never took another airplane the rest of my life, it would be negligible benefit. But we are fortunate that we can do something. We can help some people, we can do good for the community and for the world. And that's why this is an important project to us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Boucher?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to testify. Before I start with the sort of factual kinds of things, technical things, I do want to say that one of the great benefits of marrying Charlotte 51 years ago was that I got to live in a wonderful place, White Acres Farm, where we've been settled for 27 years, and hope to live there for many years more and pass it on to our children and to our granddaughters. It's not the only benefit of being married, but it's not even the most important benefit, but it is important. Charlotte and I share a feeling that as landowners, we have a responsibility to use our land for the benefit of our community, for the benefit of our county, and for the benefit of the planet. And we've tried over the years to do some things, and I mentioned these in my written testimony that will help. We've had a reforestation project that we started 21 years ago, and another larger reforestation project that we started last year. We've subscribed to 100% wind power, et cetera. The testimony talks about that. And if we are not allowed to do solar on our land, we will reforest the area, as we've already done on 14 acres so far. But that's only going to have about 1/50th of the climate impact as solar. It's a good thing to do, we've done it, but it's not nearly the major contribution we could make. It helps reduce our carbon footprint, but with solar, with community solar, we reduce the carbon footprint of about 575 different families. And it provides people with clean energy at lower costs. In other words, it's a benefit in terms of environmental justice. My testimony gives some of the details of our motivations and then my analysis as a scientist of the impacts of community solar. So I will just try to hit the highlights. And I'd like to consider three major areas. The first is the failure of the zoning text amendment, ZT 20.01, that the county adopted 3.5 years ago. The second is the issue of food security and whether the agricultural reserve is contributing to the county's food security in a substantial way. And third is finally the issue of environmental justice. So to start with the ZTA 2001, as I think you know, the ZTA has resulted over 3.5 years since it came into force in exactly 2 projects. Both of them in the Eastern County, close to each other on Zion Road. And that not only are there only 2 projects that have been approved, there are no more projects in the pipeline. There has not been an application for a new project under the ZTA for more than a year. I don't see how we can claim that that number of projects, when faced with the emergency of climate change, is sufficient, or indeed that it is a success. And indeed, people have tried to find somebody to blame for it. There's been blame placed on the utility companies and their coordination with the county governments, on the PJM, on the pilot program for community solar that the state of Maryland had adopted. None of these really holds up. The pilot program is now a permanent program, so that queue no longer exists. The PJM regulates at the distribution level, not the...
Mr. Boucher, what's a PJM?
Sorry, the PJM is the area regulator for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, and actually a substantial part of other states. It's basically regulates the big projects and the big transmission lines. It's not involved in the regulation or giving permits. That's done at the state and at the local level. So it's really not relevant to try to blame it for the failure to produce more community solar projects. There have been a variety of statements that have been made about it. I won't go into the details on it, but simply that the mere facts, 2 projects in 3.5 years, cannot be regarded as sufficient, especially if you compare that to the goals of the county and of the state of Maryland. The county's goal is an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2027. That's just 3 years away. And we're on course to have much, much lower, probably less than half that much by that year, according to the most recent data, which I should mention is 4 years out of date. The state has a goal of 14.5% solar by 2030. And again, we are certainly not on track to meet that. So it's simply not the case that we can rest on our laurels in terms of saying, well, we adopted a zoning text amendment to allow solar, that's all we need to do, if that zoning text amendment doesn't actually result in community solar projects. Second issue I want to deal with is food security, because I think many people understand that we have an agricultural reserve and think that since it's called an agricultural reserve, it must be producing food for us. And that's certainly a logical assumption, but it turns out that it is not true. If you look at the Census of Agriculture, particularly the most recent one, which is the 2022 Census of Agriculture from the USDA, it shows that the major, by far, use of our agricultural land in Montgomery County is for producing livestock feed. 70% as a minimum is used for producing corn, soy, hay, or pasture, all of which go to feed livestock. Now, you can say, well, okay, it goes to feed livestock, but aren't those livestock turned into food? Isn't that the way the system works? And there again, it's a logical assumption, but it's not actually true. Our livestock in the county is overwhelmingly horses. According to our greenhouse gas inventory, we have about 9,100 horses in the county. That compares to only about 2,500 beef cattle and practically no dairy cattle at all. And that's important because we actually live on what was a dairy farm, and dairying was the principal way that Montgomery County provided food for its population 50 and 100 years ago. There were over 300 dairy farms when I was born in 1950. Even in 1980, when the Agricultural Reserve was established, there were still 48 dairy farms. Now, depending on your definition of a working farm, there's between 1 and 4 dairy farms. And essentially all our milk and cheese comes from, not just from nearby parts of Maryland, but actually from much further away. So there's nothing wrong with an agriculture that is based on producing livestock feed and using that to feed horses for recreation, for riding, trail riding, polo, etc. But that's not food. That's not food security. I'd also like to talk about the trends. There has been some fear that the trend of land use availability is going in the wrong direction. But in fact, if you compare the data for the 2022 Census of Agriculture to the most recent one before that in 2017, it showed an increase in the amount of farmland from 65,000 acres to 69,000 acres. And of that increase of 4,000 acres, about 1,000 was for pasture and the other 3,000 for soybeans. So it's the same trend as we've seen before, that we're moving away from producing food for people and producing feed for livestock and especially for horses. Only 1.2% of the county's farmland is used to produce food for human beings, mostly vegetables and fruits, berries, etc. And that, in fact, is also has been on a downward trend. At the turn of the century, year 2002, it was about 900 acres. It's now down to about 400 acres. That's out of 69,000 acres of farmland. So it's making only a very small contribution to the food that we consume, that human beings consume in the county. I'd also like to say a little bit about the environmental justice, the climate justice questions. I think you've already heard about the benefits of community solar and clean energy at a reduced price for the majority of county residents who cannot put solar on their rooftops, either because they don't own the roof, because they live in multifamily housing, because the roof faces in the wrong direction, because they have lack of credit to be able to come up with the $10,000 to $15,000 necessary for rooftop solar, et cetera. All those things taken together apply to more than half and probably about 3/4 of the households in the county. So subscribing to ground-based solar, which is basically what community solar provides, is really important in making it possible for the majority of county residents to actually access clean energy. Now, one can ask, well, that's a benefit for people in the county, but are there negatives too? Are there people who will lose out? And in particular, the allegation has been made that farmers who rent land in the agricultural reserve will have to pay higher rental rates for that land. Despite that assertion being made repeatedly, in fact, we haven't seen any evidence of it. Not only no evidence in Montgomery County, but no evidence, for example, from other counties in the state of Maryland that are way ahead of us in terms of permitting solar. Counties like Queen Anne's, Somerset, Garrett, Prince George's, and Howard counties And we can tell you from personal experience that we haven't gotten any higher rental rate over the last 5 years, despite the fears that farmers might have to pay more. But the most important thing to understand, I think, is who are the farmers who do the renting? And that turns out to be a very small minority of the county's farmers. We have a very unequal distribution of farmland in the county. Out of about 580 farms, 30 are the large farms, more than 500 acres, and those 30 farms have 61% of the land. So it's a very unequal distribution. And they have indeed about 10 times as much land as the small farms, the other 95% in terms of the amount that they are able to rent. So it will be, even if there is an increase in rental rates, it'll be paid by the small minority of farmers who have very big farms, who have the most capital. And it seems to me that that's a fair trade-off if we can provide clean energy to the large majority of the county's residents at a cost to the largest farmers in the county. And I just repeat, there is actually no evidence been presented that that's going to be the case, but if it is the case, I think it's still a fair trade-off. That's what I have to say. I've got more in my written testimony, and as a former college professor, I can go on for 50 minutes on just about every subject, but I think I will leave it there and be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony and the details. Anything else on your end?
Yeah, there are a few things that I'd like to touch on. I'd like to highlight some issues, which are, some of them are a little bit administrative, but I want to make sure to just set the record on those issues. Chaperton has made a commitment to agrivoltaics, as you heard from Mr. Doniger, and is working really hard on figuring out what the best way is to handle that. Chaperton, as you heard from Mr. Beal, did submit its natural resources inventory. We received a third round of comments on just last week and responded to them on August 30th. So our hope is that this time we will have satisfied all of the expectations of the staff and it will get approved. The Forest Conservation Plan was submitted in June. Can't be accepted because we don't have an approved natural resources inventory, but we did provide it and it has not changed since then. It's very simple. The outcome is really simple because this project will not be removing any trees, so there is no reforestation requirement, and community solar is exempt from afforestation. As I'm sure you know, there are two pieces to the forest conservation requirements, two requirements that can be made of a landowner. One is reforestation to replace any trees removed. The other is afforestation, to add trees to places that didn't have them when you found the land. And that requirement cannot be imposed on solar power generators in the state of Maryland. So we know what the plan's going to say, and in terms of the approval process for the CPCN that this project is going through, it's not, the state doesn't expect the Forest Conservation Plan to be approved until before construction. It's normally a condition of approval of the CPCN, so they certainly don't expect it to have been approved now. Let's see, the same thing with the fire access. We've been working on that, have had comments, have made changes, and intend to make the additional changes that have been requested. The staff report suggested that a CPCN can only be approved over a county's objections if the county has banned solar or utility scale solar, and we are not aware of any authority for that position. It is a finding that was made in one case, that was one of the justifications put forward for approving the project over the objections of a county. But in other cases, projects have been approved over the objection of a local government without any mention of that issue. The PSC has to give due consideration to the views of the county, but they're balancing that against the benefits of solar power, which I don't think I need to talk about because Mr. Doniger and Mr. Batcher have done that much more eloquently than I can. I would like to echo some of their comments regarding the county's energy policy. The Montgomery County, in theory, supports solar power, but it is extremely difficult to locate solar in the agricultural reserve, which has been demonstrated by the paucity of projects that have popped up. And the ag reserve is the area where there's the most opportunity for community solar or any utility scale solar to be done in a way that is financially feasible. Solar on rooftops and parking lots is great, but it's much more costly than ground-mounted solar. And so unless there were significant government subsidies, it's just not something, that can be done unless the person or entity that owns the property can fund it. And so it's not something community solar can afford to do. This application and others going through the CPCN process really, to me, represent an opportunity for Montgomery County to not stand in the way of utility scale solar that's approved at the state level. It doesn't have to make any change to the county's regulation of solar. The county has very restrictive regulations for the smaller projects that the county has the authority to regulate. For the bigger projects, the county's choice is whether to forcefully object and try to push the state to deny these projects, or to state, look, take into consideration our laws. Our laws don't allow this. We don't allow projects over 2 megawatts. We don't allow projects on prime agricultural soils in class 1 and 2. This doesn't fit with our agricultural master plan. Those things are perfectly legitimate to say, and they should be taken into account. But the county has to, can choose to not push it farther than that, to not stand in the way of something that has the tremendous benefits that you've already heard about, and has also a very strong environmental justice component. In addition to the benefits to low and moderate income subscribers to these projects, allowing more solar in the part of the county that can really support it would allow one of the state's wealthiest jurisdictions to make a proportionate contribution to solar power generation in the state, which is not currently happening. One last thought that Chamberton completely understands the concern about preserving agricultural land in Montgomery County. I think most people understand, and certainly I believe, it's a minor miracle to have an agricultural reserve this close to a major metropolitan area. But the threat is greatly exaggerated. Community solar can only occupy a small amount of land because of the power grid, which can only support a certain number of community solar or utility scale solar projects. And the solar industry can't afford to extend the grid. The costs are exorbitant. We understand that there are no plans at the state level to obligate the utilities to extend the grid, to make it more expansive so it can accommodate more solar. Unless that happens, you're talking about such a tiny percentage of the agricultural land that it's almost negligible. And I know that there's a nose in the camel's tent philosophy, but this issue is too important to allow that to block just at least starting down this path and see if it gets to a point where it really is becoming problematic, and then maybe the county changes its approach and its comments on these projects. So our request is that the Planning Board recommend to the council making comments that remove the reference to Chaberton not being committed to agrivoltaics, and remove the references to the natural resources inventory and the forest conservation plan because they're just not relevant at this stage. and really just focus on the issues that matter to the county. And rather than recommending denial, you could suggest to the county council that they ask the Public Service Commission to take into account Montgomery County zoning and planning, but not make the stronger recommendation that it should just be denied. We are happy to answer any questions you might have, and thank you for being patient. This is an important case for us, so we all had a lot to say.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your presentation. I'll start out with a couple of questions, then I'll have my fellow board members ask theirs, okay? One is, I had to ask, when did the state law enact, was the current state law enacted that allowed up to 5 megawatts on Class 2 soils around the state? Do you know when that occurred?
Approximately 2 years ago, I think. I don't remember exact timing, but it's about 2 years now that we've had the 5 megawatts. And the reason the 2 megawatts is in the county code is because it was, at the time the ZTA was written, the state level was at 2 megawatts as well. And then about 2 years ago, it increased to 5 megawatts.
So the state law happened after the ZTA?
That's correct.
Is that true? Okay. Next question. This is a procedural question. I knew, is there a reason why you could not have, our typical regulation is to provide an approved forest conservation plan and approved NRA of FSD when any application is best of my understanding, comes before the planning department. Is there, that is standard procedure, isn't it? And before coming before us, an approved fire protection plan and stuff, just like, is there a reason why couldn't that seems like a low-hanging fruit to me. Why wasn't that done?
Yeah, I think, I take that misunderstanding on our part. We had some communication with staff and some email exchanges about what we'd want to do or what we needed to be seen for the mandatory referral as it would be fitting into the CPCN process. And we took early on the understanding that those pieces were not going to be required. And in fact, we read the staff report and then realized that there was a miscommunication or a misunderstanding on our part. So they're basically done, as Francois mentioned. And absolutely, if we had understood that all of those pieces were going to be required prior to this step, it would have been done. As Francois said, the NRIFSD is really just administrative in this case because the outcome is already known. And the driveway entrance plan, again, it's very straightforward. The driveway is well established, et cetera. So you're absolutely right. We should have had those completed, and it was just a misunderstanding on our part.
But even in other mandatory referrals, it is part of having a approved forest conservation. That's my understanding. Great.
It also, and I don't want to sound, Chaberton made a mistake. And I think, we'll own that. They just were not that familiar with the process. I was not as deeply involved in preparing the application as I might have been. And we also didn't know for a long time that this would be going through a mandatory referral process. We started talking to the county, I think it was the summer of '23, saying, this is what we're doing. We're going to be submitting this application. The county will have the opportunity to comment. How would you like to address this? What kind of process are we going to go through? And, it's a case of first impression. It took a little while for the planning department to decide how to handle this. And so I don't remember exactly when we learned it was going to be mandatory referral, but it was sometime in 2024. And so I think that it was just a failure to focus on exactly what those requirements would be. There was some miscommunication, some misunderstanding. We are working very hard to make sure that the other applications that are on their way to you will not have that procedural flaw.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just answer from staff's perspective. It was communicated in December. The forest conservation law piece, I think our perception of that conversation with Francoise, and admittedly Chaberton was present with that, was that the forest conservation plan would be required. I'm not sure what Chaberton did or did not understand as part of that conversation moving forward. I'll say that the mandatory referral was initially submitted in May. along with, an NRI subsequent much later to that. I just want to say it was communicated in December that it would be required, and then it was submitted later in May.
Okay.
From staff's perspective, that's when things were communicated.
Okay, thank you. A couple more. So it's my understanding, regardless it's 2 megawatts or 4 megawatts, is the issue around the can you be on class 2 soils or not. So I'm getting educated on this, so please help me. I think I get the impression if you have agrivoltaics of the right type, you can still farm under the certain types of farming under the solar panels. And then I heard a lot about pollinators, but is there a way to also do other types of farming with agrivoltaics?
Yes, absolutely. So as I mentioned, the pollinators, that's the easy low-hanging fruit, to use that terminology again. In all of our projects that we've done in every zoning district that we've come across in the state, we always have done that to the level to get the certification that the Maryland Department of Agriculture has laid out. Beyond that, in sort of a little bit more meaty agrivoltaics, you do have livestock pasturing. The most common of that has been sheep to date. As you can imagine, the bigger the animal, the more the animal might damage the equipment, or a goat might chew through some things, some wires with electricity running through and things like that, of that nature. And so the industry has migrated at least first towards sheep. And then then there's actually food stocks. Of course, Montgomery County, as Mr. Boucher mentioned, doesn't really farm food stocks that much, but to implement them with solar panels, the preference there has been towards hand harvested, again, because of the machinery involved and the potential damage to panels, right? The hand harvesting types, so berries and lettuces and things like that are hand harvested is kind of where the state of the art, if you will, is at the moment. And this is something the industry is exploring very rapidly, and I'm sure we're going to have some good solutions going forward, but we're still kind of at the leading edge of actually getting those solutions to commercial stage, and so that's where we are.
Because some touring of the ag reserve I did, there were some farmers leasing their land to smaller farmers, 10 acres, a couple acres, for hand crop kind of farming. These, they would sell in the CSA market. So with this agrivoltaics, that would be possible?
Yes, sir. We're exploring all options on the table right now. And as I mentioned, we have requests for proposals in. There are certain companies who are specializing in exactly doing this, combining the agriculture use with the solar panels. And so that's who we are out there talking with right now and soliciting proposals from. We just received 2 of those, and we have both segments under review. And so what we've committed to is that prior to construction, and the state already has some boilerplate language along this regard, that we submit a plan of what that agrivoltaics plan will be prior to construction, and that has to be approved by the state's Department of Agriculture prior to construction.
Well, just because a big issue was, I guess, the class 2 soils was that it was a higher end soil type, and we wanted to make sure that that was still available for crops and all those other things. So would you be open to, and I don't know, I'm talking to staff, what is good enough? I mean, in your opinion, wasn't one of the issues of class 2 soils that they could still be farmed right?
Right. So
and not destroyed with maybe equipment and all of the other stuff like that?
Yeah, so what's been communicated from the get-go on this, because they were proposing to locate on class 1 and 2 soils, is that we want to see a bona fide agricultural activity approved by Office of Agriculture per Maryland Department of Ag. So that hasn't changed. That's still been our recommendation from the beginning. And what we have heard is a commitment to exploring. We're not sure what that, we have to review what we have in front of us, and we don't have an agricultural activity that's been vetted per our Office of Ag and our department. So we're left with this uncertainty of what exactly this commitment is, how serious it is, et cetera. We wanted to see something, more concrete, more fleshed out up to this point. And so we just haven't had that level of comfort that this would actually occur.
Yeah, but
If I may,
This is the strongest response and confirmation in terms of here's another Public Service Commission condition of approval on a different case in which, we're seeking some level of consistency and accepting of that condition. That's the first time that we've got to this point to hearing that type of a proffer from the applicant. So from staff's perspective, that's new information. It's not been something that has been discussed up to this point. There's a commitment to exploring, and that's as far as we've gotten.
but what if there was a commitment to do?
there is a commitment to do, and it's in the record, and it's attached to the letter that I submitted on Chaberton's behalf for this proceeding.
Okay, so, all right, great. I'll let someone ask some questions, but Mr. Bartley has a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just regarding what we just discussed, this topic, and what is it being, are you using that area that you're proposing to have the solar? Is it agriculture? Are you farming anything right now?
We're not farmers. We lease our property. It is currently.
Yeah, is it being leased?
Yes. It is currently in corn, field corn, and is part of that rotation corn, soybeans, wheat that is typical of our area. If we tried to farm it, we couldn't make it. There's absolutely no way that as a small landowner, we have 72 acres.
Yeah, I understand
that we could
that.
turn that into a
But right
profitable
now it's a
farm.
farm.
It is right now in
So
corn.
you're going to take the lease away from farming to provide the solar. Is that correct?
We're going to take a corner of the lease. The rest of the property is still available for.
If I could add, the farm, as Charlotte mentioned, was a dairy farm up until 1972, when her grandfather died. After that, it was rented to two local farmers, Dave Weitzer, and it was farmed by him and his partners up until about 2016. At that point, after Dave died, we put it up for bids. All the bidders were proposing to put in feed crops, corn, soy, or corn, soy, wheat rotation. And we chose Jameson Ag and Turf, both because they had the highest bid and because they were interested in various soil conservation methods that would help protect the land. We have continued to rent it to Jameson, to Mike Jameson in particular. Since that time, it's basically now a handshake deal. We don't sign a new contract every year. We tell them how much of our land is going to be available. So we've reduced the amount of land that we rent to them so we could do the reforestation. And this would be the same sort of thing. We would tell them by March of the year that the solar is going to be built, that the area where the solar is going to be built will no longer be available for rent, but the other parts of the farm will still be. And that's how we've operated.
And just
intend.
to say, for me, it's a heartburn. I understand your position, and I totally support solar, but then we're going to lose some class 2 good soil that it would be used for and is being used for agriculture. So I do not know. It's difficult for me to weigh which one is better because, they both are needed. One is currently in use, and then this is a new proposal, and we don't know what kind of activity or agricultural activity could be done in between of those. So, and I do not know if there is any kind of studies or anything done that if you have between the choice of the two, which one is better for our community, for the environment, for the climate, it's hard.
if I may, there are three factors that really were significant to me. One was that the agricultural reserve is large and we are tiny. So that little tiny speck of our property that would go into this project is dwarfed by the remaining property. And I see that in the fall and the spring because all of us down Darnestown Road lease our property. And at one point, those great big giant businesses that lease our property start their farm machinery. They'll do one property, then they move down to the next door and do that property, and comes down and it's either planting or harvesting what they put in there. And so that just emphasizes how tiny we are. Taking a little corner of our property away won't impede those massive combines from coming down our road and completing their work.
Maybe just to add some numbers to that sentiment, there's, in round numbers, 100,000 acres in the ag reserve, I believe. If you put all the restrictions in that we have under the ZTA today, there's only 41 parcels that would be permitted to have solar on them that don't have Class 2 soils. That's 1,300 acres. So that 41 parcels, obviously not every landowner is going to be interested or that sort of thing. And so, but I think that's a really significant number, is that while the county has committed to 2%, or 1,800 acres was in the ZTA back in 2020, in reality, there's only a theoretical maximum of 1,300 acres that's available today. So there's a mismatch in the ZTA that this Class 2 piece is sort of the piece of it that really just doesn't quite match. I'm not sure that's the right tension to have, because we are, solar, and particularly community solar, is so conducive and collaborative with the environmental aspects that I think, this conversation obviously needs to be held at a larger level. But just want to offer those numbers: 100,000 acres versus 41 parcels, which is 1,300 acres. It's basically no solar. That's what Francois said earlier. There is no opportunity to do ground-mounted solar today.
And the other piece that was significant from my perspective was those power lines are right there. You don't have to build anything. You don't have to create a new way to get the power off of our property. They're right there. And that makes it a very attractive option to take advantage of.
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up on that point in particular. So the theoretical maximum right now, based on restrictions, you mentioned 1,300 roughly acres, but when you take into account proximity to power lines, I assume that it's quite a bit less. And so from like an economic and business standpoint, we're not looking, is that correct? We're not really looking at 41 parcels and 1,300 acres. We're looking at a small fraction of that in order to make it a viable project.
Yes, sir. When I sometimes are talking with farmers that are concerned with like the proliferation, if you will, I get the feeling that the idea is, oh, there's going to be a solar station on every street corner, like you have gas stations on every street corner today, and that's just not the way it works, right? The grid limitation is real, and so each circuit, like this one, is going to be connected to this particular circuit, even though that circuit might be 15 miles. Well, we've now got that capacity. That circuit can only take so much capacity, right? So it doesn't matter where that circuit goes. All of those parcels are now out, if you will.
I do want to point out that the 1,300 acres actually was calculated incorporating the proximity of power lines. So if you don't include that, it was about 3,000 acres.
Out of 100,000.
About 100,000. So there's a little chart in the letter that we submitted if you ever want to look at it. So that's how that broke down.
Mr. Bartley.
For providing me an opportunity to speak. I really enjoyed the presentations. I particularly enjoyed the report of the staff and the staff's recommendation. I also like the presentations from Mr. and Mrs. Boucher. I have a few comments that I don't really have questions, but I'm pro agricultural reserve. I don't think the agricultural reserve, when designed and implemented, had the intention of standing in the way. I think it was well thought out. Montgomery County is the leader with regards to the idea of the agricultural reserve. I know the gentleman from Chamberton said there's conversations that need to be held at a larger level, but at this level, I think that this is a beginning step. And counsel for the applicants stated that there are applications on the way and that the zoning text amendment that was implemented prior to this board's tenure was not correct. However, I think the agricultural reserve is correct. And because there are other applications that are on the way, that there is what I have learned to be a slippery slope in the practice of law, and or the tipping point, or the last drop before the balance of the scales are tipped and there's no going back. Mr. and Mrs. Boucher stated that that if the land wasn't used for solar panels, they would commit to reforestation. Reforestation of farmland, much like no-till plowing, is a benefit to the water system and any tributaries that might experience soil or water runoff. And so reforestation of farmland, in my opinion, in the agricultural reserve is a good thing. One of the other concerns I have is, since there are other applications on the way, quote unquote, that limitations on expansion for solar panels is the beginning here and with no ending in sight. And the reason why I say there's no ending in sight, although there may be the availability of limited acres amongst the 100,000 acres of the agricultural reserve, every journey begins with a first step. And I believe that this is the first step, along with other steps. We had a zoning text amendment that came before us within the year with regards to overnight stays and yurts and paving of ground, that this is another attack on the agricultural reserve. And although Mr. and Mrs. Boucher have a family history here, there are other Americans who haven't had the opportunity to engage in one of the most historically significant occupations and most meaningful occupations in farming. And when this farmland is lost, it becomes a lost opportunity for other Americans who haven't had the opportunity to farm. So my position with regards to the agricultural reserve is that we preserve it. It was well thought out, it was well planned, and there was no intent during its implementation to stand in the way to solar fields and technology advancement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartley. I'd like to have some of the other board members give their opinion, and I have a couple more questions, okay?
Yeah, I've got a few, so we might be here a minute. Sorry, I'm going to pull up part of the, so I'm inclined actually to support the mandatory referral and to support positive comments on the mandatory referral for this particular project, even though it does, like, by the plain reading, violate a couple of pieces of Chapter 59. For one, I think the restriction of 2 megawatts is not a good idea. It's bad, and I think that given what we had at the time, that's what it was written into it. But 4 megawatts is fine. It is more environmentally beneficial than anything else that is being done with the property at this time. And I think benefits both Montgomery County from an environmental standpoint and economic standpoint, and is a completely reasonable use within the ag reserve. I do want to go through sort of several of the conclusions that are in the staff report that I think are the main sort of sticking points. For one, the first one, it doesn't comply with Thrive 2050. I think we should reconsider whether or not it complies with Thrive 2050. My reading of the general plan for the ag reserve is pretty generic versus some very strong language that we have toward reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Plus, we have a climate action plan, which requires us to get to a level by 2027, which we are not going to achieve at the current rate that we are, the only way that we achieve the emissions that we need for our climate action plan is by having things like, zero emission solar. So I tend to think that there is a way to read it that is in compliance with Thrive 2050 and the general plan, given the things on environmental and the greenhouse gas emissions over what's written about the agricultural reserve, which also mentions things like solar and environmental. The preservation, the second is the 1980 AROS plan, Agriculture and Rural Open Space Plan. That's a little stickier about whether or not it complies with that. But that's also a master plan that was written before I was born. It is 2 years older than I am, and things have changed. And I think that we as a board can make a determination that the importance of zero emission solar is important in the context of both that plan and our overall recent general plan. So I say that. And I'm running through the things that are on page 21 of the staff report if you're following along at home. The things that really concern me about this plan and about whether or not to put supportive comments within the mandatory referral is agrivoltaics. Are you committing at this point? Not only committing to it, but it will be a condition. If I would support it, it would be conditioned upon the mandatory referral and put in there. And not just pollinator plants, which are super great. I want more than butterflies. If you're asking for double what is in Chapter 59 of solar generation, then because we have the ag reserve and because it's supposed to be for agriculture, I need raspberries, something you pick. It's got to be an actual crop. That's something that I would condition on if there was any support of mine for this to address that particular thing, because you're asking not only for double what is required, double what is limited under our Chapter 59, which admittedly comes from state law that was in place in 2020, but it is there, but also the Class 2 soil thing, all right? I do want to clarify both from staff and the applicant that this doesn't ruin soil. Once you remove the solar panels, you can go back to farming things. I am correct in this? Great.
Yes, sir, 100%.
Groovy. This is not a development, which means that you pull it off cap and cover or do anything like that, scrape it. There will be, I assume, some leveling of the property. I believe there's an incline. There will be some grading.
Very, very minimal grading, just touch-up type grading. We try and get the minimal touch possible, and obviously a ground cover, which would be the pollinators plus whatever else we're doing where the pollinators are not,
Gotcha.
in between.
Having raised sheep in my younger life, I would not recommend sheep or goats. It's a personal thing. Number 4, the Forest Conservation Plan. I can't support a mandatory referral with supportive comments unless there's a Forest Conservation Plan, which you don't currently have. That Forest Conservation Plan would have a condition of, as I said, the agrivoltaics, if there's supportive. We need a Forest Conservation Plan, and not a Forest Conservation Plan that has been submitted, but a Forest Conservation Plan that is here for us and has been approved and has been vetted by the staff fully. That I don't think we can get through today. So my question, and not to answer now, but to answer after one more thing, is, are you willing to delay and come back with a Forest Conservation Plan that we can review and approve as part of a mandatory referral, and can we do that? Matt.
Yeah, Chaverton can support that.
Okay. And then the 5th thing, conflicts with the intent and requirements of the Agricultural Reserve. I don't believe it does. I am willing to move that the planning board say that this does conform with the intent and the requirements of the Agricultural Reserve. Because I think it does. And 2, what we have in both Thrive 2050 and in the Agricultural Reserve is preserve the majority or the vast majority of the land. I can't remember the exact. I wrote down the language, but I have like 4 pages of notes, and I'm not going to look into it right now. If you're counting the overall Agricultural Reserve, which is either about 193,000 or 93,000 acres total, you're taking 20 acres out of it. Your percentage at that point is 0.022% of the Agricultural Reserve. I think we're managing to maintain agricultural productivity, and this is not permanent. So I would argue that this does not conflict with the intent and requirements of the Agricultural Reserve, and there are various language pieces in there. So my concern, I think that we need, if we were going to achieve anything like our environmental goals that we have stated in both the Climate Action Plan, Thrive 2050, and a variety of other places, opposing this is not going to make that happen, and is in fact counterproductive. So my concern is less with the Agricultural Reserve portions of it and the megawatts and the Class 2 soils than with what we do not have right now is A, a condition on the thing that there will be agrivoltaics involved, and two, an actual forest conservation plan that we can look at and approve. So with those two things, I am willing and generally disposed to vote in favor of mandatory referral and supportive of this. I don't know about the rest of the other members of the Planning Commission. But if those two things can come back, the problem is we don't have the forest conservation plan today. Are you willing to come back at a later date, bring us a forest conservation plan that we can vote on?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
you have a meeting with the PSC 27th, I believe? Is that September 27th?
I believe, Mr. Chair, Matthew Mills, Office of the General Counsel, just to clarify, I understand what Commissioner Hedrick is saying and what the applicant is committing to, but the planning board's comments to the Public Service Commission are due on the 26th of this month. So that date has been staring at me on my desk for months now, so it's burned into my brain. What we all need to understand is there's no possible way that this board can, unless I'm missing something, approve an FCP by that point. So I just want to make sure that I haven't missed anything and that we're all on the same
No,
page.
that's what and this is what I'm getting to on that regard. 3 weeks for
If I
that.
may, this might just help your discussion. Chaberton has no objection to requesting for an extension on the PSC calendar. We suggested that a few weeks ago, that we would not object if the county would like to say, we need a few more weeks.
All right, then I believe I can probably commit on behalf of my client that we would not oppose such a request.
Okay.
I will also support not opposing such a request.
Yeah.
This, sorry, Chair, one more.
Okay, one more.
That's the only thing is, if that is the case and you can come back, I am willing to go look at this and look at this favorably with mandatory referral. Can't vote on that right now. Would not vote on that right now, given the lack of an FCP and a lack of an actual paper commitment to the agrivoltaics involved. If we can do that and they're willing to support, and staff is willing to support a request for an extension to the PSC from the applicant, is that all good?
Yes,
Is
we would
there
not
another
object.
way-
We would not object to the
Yeah.
applicant making a request for an
To
extension.
do that? Because my understanding was that Francois was asking that I do not know if that's possible, that we simply support and submit our recommendations to the commission, the public service, without denying it. And I do not know if that's the way that we can say either approve or deny, or we can submit the comments and say, look, these are our comments that we are making. And in regard to these 5 recommendations that you have in here, like number 5, I leave that to the experts to decide that if this conflicts with the intent of the requirements of the agricultural reserve. I really do not want to make a judgment on that because I'm not an expert on that. But I think that these recommendations, if just submitted as our comments without denial, if that is a possibility that we could have, this is what I'm recommending to do.
Okay, great. Before anyone comments on that, let's hear Mr. Linden's comments, and so then we can look at this in its totality, because I have a couple more things to say. Okay. Thank you for your comments.
So first, I'll try to keep this brief. I know we've got several things we're considering now, but first I just want to thank first the two of you for pushing on this so much. I'm 100% supportive of more solar. I believe that climate change should be the priority that we try to address through all of our land use decisions. And there's relationships here between everything else we try to do with housing affordability and transportation challenges. It's all part of the same picture, and making good decisions on that is good for climate. So this to me is a perfect opportunity to try to get to yes, for sure. And the points that Commissioner Hedrick raised, I agree with. I was actually going to suggest sort of this alternative that perhaps, if you're open to requesting a delay at the PSC, that seems like a better path forward, and then we can get an FCP in here and review it, hopefully approve it, and then we can have that and feel more comfortable. Specifically about the commitment to agrivoltaics, we got your written correspondence, reviewed that. We've obviously heard what you had to say today. In terms of, staff's comfort level about that commitment, would we need, what would we need additionally to, what we've heard so far, the correspondence that admittedly, of course, came after the application came in. But in terms of a kind of verifiable commitment and whether or not that includes, to your point, some sort of prescribed plan for exactly what type of crops we're talking about. Does that need to be a part of it now? Could they be a part of it later? Does it just need to be sort of the capacity and potential for that? What would make staff comfortable in terms of that commitment?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the Office of Ag, but I coordinate with them heavily. So we would need to see something like you're describing, some type of business plan for any number of uses that could be crop or animal related, and then yeah, just have more detail around that, a little more specificity as to what types they're actually exploring, what those would look like. Obviously, coordination at the state level as well, but the Office of Ag doesn't operate independently. They're taking their cues from the state as well. So I would just say, coordination between the applicant, Office of Ag, and us with respect to true agrivoltaic, agricultural use under or around the solar panels, and then we'll get the NRI FSD and Forest Conservation Plan. To a point that would be recommending approval, and this may be a different conversation.
Yeah. Okay. So does that sort of course of action sound reasonable?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay.
If I could, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, I just want to, I don't want to dampen the spirit around here. I see we're coming to some sort of consensus, and I think this is fine. We can do this. I would just caution, that the board does not set county policy. The board doesn't set solar policy for the county council does. And we could think that the current policy is not good, but that's what we have to work with. And so even as staff, and I think there can be subjectivity around conformance to master plans and to Thrive. There can be subjectivity around the commitment to agrivoltaics. And I think Mr. Butler kind of outlined what we'd be looking for in that. But there's really not room for subjectivity around whether or not 4 megawatts is larger than 2 megawatts, and whether or not the zoning code clearly does not. Our county zoning code does not permit this use on prime ag soils. So, the likelihood is that we'll probably come back with a similar recommendation on this, and just because that's the role that we play here is to check on the conformance to the county code and the county master plans.
Yeah, and I really appreciate those points. I think that, from my perspective, we've heard, we've dealt with several mandatory referrals at this point. Mandatory referrals, I'm looking over, I don't want to get too far out over my skis on this, but, not they're advisory more so than regulatory, with the exception of the Forest Conservation Plan, which is why that's such a sticking point in this case. And because, we're dealing with something that's advisory, I think we have an opportunity to speak clearly about a public interest that we think supersedes some of the other, and there are conflicting things in code all the time. There are conflicting things in master plans relative to existing code, things that we need to sort of reconcile through the political and policy process, and I hope that the county will go through that sometime soon. We know that the state may have something teed up coming in the next legislative session. But in terms of the clear public interest, I think there's no question, right? I mean, we heard from both of you speak so well on that, and how ultimately, like, this is supportive for agriculture too. Climate change is damaging for agriculture. Climate change is damaging for farmers, for economic productivity for farmers, for local farmers. So these don't have to be in conflict, right? 1,300 acres, coming back to that number, is less than 2% of the 69,000 acres that you spoke of before. That's the theoretical maximum, given the proximity to power lines. Less than 2%. I don't think that these goals are in conflict. No. I say that to just sort of frame the conversation outside of the specific kind of code-related conditions that I know always have to be a part of our decision-making process and the findings. I feel like we have a little more flexibility on the mandatory referral side, and I think that's why I'm willing to lead with the public interest in this case if we can get commitments around, like Commissioner Hedrick mentioned, the forest conservation plan, you know, the business-related plan commitment around agrivoltaics and what that means. So under those conditions, I think I'd be 100% supportive.
So let me just Mike, let's come in and we can wrap this up with what we're actually going to do. I respect what the county council had done with the ZTA 2001. I mean, it took a lot of effort. I mean, it was a 1 or 2 year process to get the stakeholders involved in this. So we don't want to run roughshod over that. That was important. There's a couple of key things came out of it, though, is that they did not want significant use of the ag reserve for solar, and they even put limits in it, no more than 1,800 acres, right? So I respect that, right? But as you said, there's also this public interest involved, and that even, so I think that by approving some of these, we will be below that limit, right? So that was respecting the size of the ag reserve. There are a couple of things that we know there's a growing energy need in the county, around the country, all these, and we see that these things, to be most effective, they need to be near these transmission lines. Here's a site that seems to be acutely work in that location. There was an issue with the ZTA was talking about not on Class 2 soils, but I think there could be some compromise here where, you know, and I think the issue was, you know, it would be removed from farming, right? And so this is an opportunity, if we can get the right commitment on the agrivoltaics, that it can still be used for farming, and it won't. So I think that other than 2 watts versus megawatts versus 4 megawatts, I think we're really very, very close. And there's this economies of scale. So for those reasons, I think that we should recommend, I agree with my other 2 board members here, that this move forward, assuming that there's a approved forest conservation plan, and our FSD, the fire department access for those, given all those major reasons. And part of Thrive was, we talked about environmental resilience. This is a really big part of, to me, for Thrive 2050, about environmental resilience. So we will respect the ag reserve. We will have environmental resilience with this. It will be closer to a transmission line, and we would respect the Class 2 soil. So for those reasons, I agree with that we should provide those recommendations as we move forward with this. So, yeah.
Well, let me understand exactly what you're proposing. I was suggesting that if it is possible, because I think that I agree with Jason that the ZTA, the county council, has set these requirements and policies, that even the master plan that was set in 1980, it is still the current master plan. Although that we all agree that you know, this is a good project and we want this project. So I do not know. What I was suggesting is that we just stay quiet on it. We just don't go against the policies and say that we approve regardless of that it is Class 2, that it has been said that we cannot use it, or it is over certain megawatt, that, or it is against our tribe, or is against agricultural. We just don't bring it, except that we make our recommendations without saying approval or denial, that these are the things that they have to be reviewed and these are our concerns. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I'm going to look to Mr. Mills. I think, we're required to either approve or disapprove.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where this gets complicated is the entire section of the land use article dealing with mandatory referrals. Every section speaks in terms of approval or disapproval. And then in section 2303, it says that it's advisory and the applicant can go ahead and do what they're going to do regardless. So that is what renders it advisory in spite of the use of the terms approve or disapprove. I am also concerned that if you don't take a position one way or the other, it could be construed as a failure to act, which under the law means approval, that you're effectively recommending approval.
And that's fine.
It could,
Well, I have a
Because I don't want to go
question.
against the policy or against the master plan.
And I think that, oh, sorry, did you have, jump in, Arnie?
I have a question. and
Sean has a
comment.
question, and you can speak. Okay. What,
Yeah.
Mr. Bartley?
Yeah. Are we setting ourselves up for applicants using this board to challenge the county council policy? Here, it appears so. And Mr. Sartori pointed out that the county council sets the policy and not us. And is this a roundabout by applicants to challenge the county council and its policy through our board setting us at odds with the county council? And then finally, the staff report indicates that they do not recommend approval, and I want to side with the staff's recommendation. If there's anything being considered or construed whereby I would be going against that staff report, I would like to have it in more definite, clear terms because I'm against the solar panels and the agricultural reserve.
So,
I'll just say from a staff perspective, again, responding to that, I think you do have a previous case where you recommended denial of the mandatory referral, and then in the transmittal letter voiced your concerns about policy to council. So I think you've actually done that somewhat recently. And again, just echoing, I think what I'm hearing perhaps from some of the commissioners, I'll let you sort that out amongst yourselves, but I think you've done something similar recently.
Yeah.
So where you've recommended denial of a mandatory referral, had some issues with the code or policy that you communicated those comments to the council in that transmittal letter.
Okay, I remember which one it was. It was the sewer, I guess, that we talk about. It was a sewer approval, category change approval. And you say that we supported a staff, but then we put our recommendation that what was our concern. I remember that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
yeah, so I'm just also asking, so what I hear from our legal staff, we have to accept the staff report or not accept the staff report. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm just saying, what are we you said that by mandatory referral, you read through some things. Could you read that again?
you have to decide approve or disapprove, because if you don't, then it would probably be construed as a failure to act, which would mean approval.
So in this case, if we collectively, and it sounds like the applicant is open to this too, if they decide to request an extension with the PSC to allow time to come back,
Yeah.
that's allowable. We don't have to act
because
today.
As I understood what was happening earlier, and maybe I was wrong, but is that today's hearing would be continued under the Board Rule of Procedure 4.10.2, then the applicant would also request a continuance of the Public Service Commission proceeding in order to allow them time to come back to the board with a forest conservation plan. You review that, and then you take this matter up again pursuant to whatever decision you make on the FCP. If I'm missing something, please correct me, but that's what I understood.
But wouldn't we still be in disagreement? The current county law says 2 megawatts. This is still, they're going to come back with 4 megawatts. So we're going to always be different there. So what would we be approving or disproving when they come back? They'll have a forest conservation plan, hopefully, approved. They'll have the fire access road and cistern approved. They'll have a confirmation from Department of Agriculture that they will do that they would accept the agrivoltaics, but what else? We would still be in,
The 2 megawatt and the 2 megawatt and the class 2 soils are the things that are within chapter 59 that we cannot, that is the current policy, and we can't really get around that. The other things that are there are 5 things at the end of the staff thing that we can go around that I think if we come back and do a continuance or whatever we call it in the thing, and we come back that we can address. One is whether or not it conforms with Thrive. I think it conforms with Thrive. There's passage in Thrive that says effectively reducing greenhouse gas emissions and slowing the effects of climate change requires the greening of our electricity grid through a significant increase in the clean energy generation in the county, likely employing both large-scale solar photovoltaic projects where feasible and smaller distributed solar PV installations. I think that is a much stronger thing that we can use that says this conforms with Thrive 2050 than the general 3 paragraphs on the ag reserve that are included in Thrive 2050. I think we can come back and we can address that issue of its conformance. I want to go a little bit further into the 1980 agricultural master plan, the AROS, because I think there are ways to see it as conforming with that. It does not currently, because it does not include the photovoltaic, it does not include agrivoltaic, does not include a forest conservation plan. If those things are in order and it can conform and there will be the production of an agricultural product, then I think there are ways to say that it conforms to the 1980 master plan, dispensing with the second problem that we have with it. 3, applicant fails to provide agrivoltaic solar installation, etc. Come back with that, we dispense with the third problem that the staff has. The fourth problem, let's move on from that right now. That's the 2 megawatts and the thing. That's an issue. I understand that. I understand that if we come back as a board, given that this is advisory and our advisory to the PSC, Public Service Commission, we can say, except for these one issues, we support this plan under both the general plan, our functional master plan, and all other issues, forest conservation, et cetera. And then the 5th, that it conflicts with the intent and the requirements of the agricultural reserve. I think that the analysis that the staff did that is in the staff analysis is good, but I think we're talking about 20 acres in an overall ag reserve of approximately 100,000 acres. We're talking about very small percentages. We're not talking about the complete site itself, and we're also talking about a situation in which this can be returned to agricultural production later. I think given a continuance and assuming that PSC gives you time to come back to us, because if it doesn't, this is a no for me, and it will be, I think, from the board. We can dispense with most of the concerns with staff or address most of the concerns with staff, get ourselves into a place where we're comfortable with the forest conservation plan, their agrivoltaic plan, and then put in our letter and our concern about this to the PSC and to the county council that despite its lack of conformance with these particular sections of Chapter 59, we do support it because we believe that this is in conformance with the master plan, and we are making a judgment call and a recommendation of that regard. That is my assumption we can do it. We're not, as we were, I think, with the sewers, in a role in which we're making a final administrative legal decision. We're making recommendations based on best interests that we have and our master plans and our goals. I think with a continuance or with an allowance for them to go back to the PSC, we can come back there. We need the solar. We have priorities. We have set ourselves goals, and we are not meeting them. Not only are we not meeting them, if you go to the Climate Action Plan and Thrive, we are way off of our 2027 goals and even further off of our 2035 goals, and we will not meet them.
Right.
Given the current things. So we have to do something for that. I think this is our chance to go ahead and tell them that we need to take a look at this.
I agree with all of those. I just want to know that where that put us, maybe Matthew can tell us that, where does that put us as the planning board, that we approve despite issues that goes against Chapter 59 or some of the policies that's set with the county council, and Sean just brought it up. What does that tell us for this body that go against the policy that we we sort of recommended approval to county council and approved, and now we go against it?
Well, I respect the county council, and I respect their power and their authority, and I respect the fact that we are appointed by the county council. And I'd be very careful of being put in a position by applicants to advocate on their behalf for policy change.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I think the county council also looks to us to, not only from the staff as the technical experts, but from the board, is to make good decisions based on all the information available. And the information I see available is that, yes, it doesn't conform to the ZTA, but based on ZTA was put together before the state law came out, and also we're seeing more and more. We took up this morning about the decommissioning of the power plant and in all of these data centers that are coming and using significant amount of energy, and how do we, and also with solar, I mean, with the global warming and the hotter summers and the need for more energy, with people using their air conditioners and other things, we have a very high energy demand that we're not meeting. So I feel that we can still approve these types of projects. They can still happen in the county, still meeting some guidelines that were put out there around conservation of the solar, of the ag reserve being below the 1,800 acres that was agreed upon, that we should not exceed in the ag reserve. So but I hear you, I appreciate your comment. But the last question I have is for staff is that, so if we do a continuance, right? And you talk with the Maryland Department of Agriculture, the County Department of Agriculture, come to some agreement, what could be a compromise, or what could work on agrivoltaics that would preserve these Class 2 soils, right? I mean, I thought that I was getting some feeling from you guys that you also thought that could possibly be a good way that could move forward on this type of project with these you could do farming up under it. I thought, I mean, am I wrong and you thought that there was some movement there from the Department of Agriculture to approve that kind of structure? Is that not true?
Yeah, again, from the get-go, understanding that the Public Service Commission was the final deciding body, that has been our recommendation from the beginning. I'm also, again, shouldn't be a shock to anybody. I'm not trying to tell the council or the board what to do here. And just to reflect Director Sartori's comments, there still is a prohibition of solar panels on Class 1 and 2 soils. There's no exception to that. Below that, if you're still going to do agrivoltaic in the AR zone on other classifications of soils which are allowed, you have to do agrivoltaic agricultural activities. You can do pollinator, you can do crop, you can do some type of livestock. So it doesn't get you around the technicality that there is still a prohibition. Again, understanding that we're not the final deciding body, the recommendation from the beginning from us has been that you should be doing one of these activities, a bona fide agricultural activity.
Okay, so this is what I believe I want to get commitment from, well, we will take a vote, is that you go back and see if you can get we'll do a continuance, right? You'll go back and see how you can get what do you call it, extension of your time to go back to the regulatory agency to ask for approval. During that time, you will prepare you would get a forest conservation plan approved, right? The on-site fire department access road approved, whatever you would work with Maryland and the local Farm Bureau to get some collective approval on a agrivoltaic plan, right? Come back here, right? And then you could keep your recommendation, change the recommendation, but we would feel better making a recommendation on the mandatory referral. I mean, the board would.
I need to ask one question. The chair used, I think, a phrase that sounded like approval from the County Office of Agriculture. for agrivoltaics. And it's not really, this is a project that's going to be approved at the state level. So Chaberton intends to get approval from the Maryland Department of Agriculture.
Right.
And rather than having dueling departments of
No, no,
agriculture, we're certainly happy to commit to consulting with the county Office of Ag and the planning department. But as for approval of that plan, the state will expect it to be approved by the Maryland State Department of Agriculture.
Right, but the approval we want from them is an approval of more than just pollinators.
That message has come through loud and clear. I think that Chaberton at this point, Mr. Butler suggested that we provide more detail on what's being considered. Chaberton can definitely do that. What we can't do right in this minute is say what we're going to do, because we don't know where the State Department of Agriculture is going to come down on this. This is a new thing. It's kind of a new agricultural frontier, and the State Department of Ag they've not decided which way they want this to go. So I don't think that Chaberton is in a position right now to say, we will absolutely not do pollinators, or not do only pollinators. Because what if the state decides that's what they want solar projects to do?
What I think I heard from Mr. Butler, which is consistent with what the meetings between us have been in the past, and what I think we can come back with is a description of the types of ag that we're considering, with some flesh around that, the business plan, the economics, those sorts of things, and how that would look, relative to how it's cohesive with the land that we're actually occupying with this project. So if that's acceptable, I think that's doable in a near period of time. I would like just to see what that period of time looks like on behalf of the staff, and we can coordinate with that afterwards, so we can make sure we make the request to the Public Service Commission for the right amount of time of delay with all three of those pieces, the FCP and the driveway, and then the ag plan, and then come back to you all with that better presentation and all three of those pieces together.
And we can condition the forest conservation plan with something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, so right
Even though
now,
it's
I
not-
think for the moment, it sounds like, and Matt, I'm going to start looking towards you to help guide and plan this. So I think
Frankly,
we're-
I'm tired of being looked at this point.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, well, I
but
won't
please,
look
Mr.
at
Butler,
you.
continue.
I'm still going to rely on you.
The
I
whole
won't
month
look at
off,
you.
man.
But yeah, I think at this point, we have enough direction in the areas that you're looking to see improvement on. And I think that we have enough direction. We don't have answers today. I think we have enough direction that we can all work together to try to shorten this list. I don't know that we can eliminate it all because of some of the code requirements, but I think we can close the gap more than what we have done today.
Right,
Yeah, I
right,
think
right.
that's-
I agree, but and then also Commissioner Hidrick talked about looking at, does it really or not really meet Thrive? I mean, based on our review, this meets Thrive 2050. I mean, so going through that, you just revisit that piece, those pieces, I think that's important to us too, because I would think it does, but can we just review and just see, based on what we put out there today, could you revisit your statement on there?
Right. I have initial reactions, but I'm gonna try to distill this and think about it some more, and we'll talk about this as a team.
Yeah.
May I ask how much time staff thinks will be needed to finish the review of the NRI and review the forest conservation plan, just so we know sort of where to aim for?
Okay, the NRI, the latest submission was just resubmitted last week. I have not reviewed it yet since we were preparing for this hearing. I need probably at least a week to get to that and double check to make sure it's correct. If there's no corrections, then we can move on to forest conservation plan, which usually takes about 30 to 45 days, but we can do it as quickly as possible. I can't say exact dates because I don't know what's submitted. The first submission of the NRI FSD had some defaults to it that were not reviewable, hence why there was a long gap between the first and second set of reviews. I think it was like a 30-day gap for the applicant to respond to comments there. And it was just because there was a lot of things that needed to be changed to make it reviewable. So just with that being said, if the FCP is really good when it comes in and everything meets all chapters of Montgomery County law, it will go very quickly. If it doesn't, then we get back into, I'm going to send comments and wait for you or your applicant or your consultant to respond to those comments adequately.
Yeah, I would say between the NRIFSD, the forest conservation laws, some time to be able to coordinate with the state and the local Office of Ag and get some, better information around that. And then again, rescheduling, or obviously rewriting a report and posting, we would recommend 3 months from today.
Okay.
We have to make we have to vote
No,
on the
Motion for
motion
continuance.
for.
Two things before that. One, if the Public Service Commission does not continue their proceeding, then this will need to be set back in the next 2 or 3 weeks to allow the board to come to some sort of consensus on what you would like to say
Yeah.
to the PSC. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Yeah.
To Ms. Carrier, I need, in order for us to go beyond the 60 days for mandatory referral, is your client willing to consent to a longer review period for a decision?
Yes.
Thank you. And
Do we
then,
need to send you something in writing?
no, on the record is works for me.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. And yeah, at this point, we just need a board member to move for continuance, and then it gets voted on like anything else.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I may beg the board's indulgence, I just want to respond to one concern that Mr. Bartley raised, Commissioner Bartley raised, about whether this was an effort by the applicant to somehow force the planning board to counteract council policies. We had no preference as to who reviewed this. When we started these discussions, we talked to the Department of Environmental Protection and the Planning Board, and there was another county agency, I guess probably Department of Permitting Services. And what we said is, where should we go with this? Would you like us to submit something to the Planning Board? Would you like to submit something to the council, to a Department of County Government? We were open to however the county wanted to approach these. And the decision was to bring it through the mandatory referral process. So I just didn't want you to think that we were trying to play some kind of game, because we're not. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Do I have a motion for continuance of the item number 7, mandatory referral, MR 2024-01?
I have a question.
Okay,
I have a question about the continuance. This is the first time in my experience on the board that there has ever been a continuance. Is it within our powers and abilities of the board to continue matters on our own, or should the applicant be asking for an extension?
Commissioner, the rule states that any board member may move to continue a hearing on the member's own initiative or upon request of the planning staff, the applicant, or any other interested person. So it's pretty wide open.
Do we have to set a time that when they bring it back?
No,
or
you can, but you do not have to.
Okay.
If you do not set one, then it will need to be renoticed like it normally would be. If you do set one, then that's all the notice that's needed. But I think in this instance, we probably would not be setting a definitive new date yet.
Okay.
Well, I mean, taking consideration the importance of this issue, I wouldn't feel comfortable as a public body and not giving public notice.
Well, you're going to give public notice either way. If you do not continue it to a specific date today, then new notice will go out when a new date is set. Everyone who got notice today or for today's proceeding will get notice for the new proceeding.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that, because as you stated, it seemed as though there would be no new notice.
Oh, no. The last thing anyone in the world, especially me, wants is a lack of adequate notice.
All right.
Do I have a motion for continuance of item number 7, mandatory referral, MR 2024-16, Chapter 10, Solar Sugarloaf?
Yeah, I would like to move for a continuance of the mandatory referral MR 2024-016.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Bartley, are you aye or,
I oppose.
okay, opposed? So
I wanted to go with the staff report recommendation today.
okay,
Thank you.
so it's 4 ayes, 1 opposed. Thank you so much. We're going to take a 5-minute break and start our last item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the evening. It's item number 8, zoning text amendment 24-04. This ZTA would add group living dormitory as a limited use in the CR and CRT zones and remove the community serving retail overlay zone, where staff is recommending transmit comments to the district council. This is regarding the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. Thank you. And this, we have Ben Berbert here from planning to go over this recommendation with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the introduction. Ben Berbert with the Countywide Planning and Policy Team. And as you said, I am presenting ZTA 2404 for dormitory and community serving retail overlay zone before you. Again, staff is recommending that this planning board transmit comments supporting ZTA 2403, it's actually 2304, excuse me, as introduced. And as the chairman said, this would allow dormitories as a limited use in the CR and CRT zones and would remove the community serving retail overlay zone entirely from the zoning code. As a little background, these were recommendations that came directly out of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, which was approved in April of this year. And the planning board actually considered requesting introduction of the zoning text amendment back in July, which the council has followed through on at the end of July. This is going to a public hearing on the 17th of September, which is why we need to get comments out today. The first of the two recommendations, as was said, was to add dormitory as a limited use in the CRT and CR zones, which is done as shown on the screen here by adding the lovely little letter L next to dormitory. The limited use standard that would apply here is just that a site plan is required for allowing this use. There's no other limited use standards proposed, which is what's reflected on the screen here coming out of the ZTA. And then again, the other major recommendation the master plan itself made was that we didn't need the community serving retail overlay zone within the plan boundary area because the CR family of zones with design guidelines can serve some of the same purpose. As staff found, the only place in the county that had this overlay zone was actually in the boundary of this plan, so let's just remove it from the code entirely. And that is what is shown on the image here. The sort of dashed black line is the entire boundary of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan. The pink hatching is where the overlay zone applies, and you can see it's all contained within it. As part of this being a zoning text amendment, a climate assessment was performed. Because both of these recommendations actually came directly out of the master plan, which had a much more thorough climate assessment done on it, this climate assessment basically says that there are no new impacts to be measured because they were already measured. The master plan itself found that it had impacts locally to increase greenhouse gas emissions, mainly from embodied building waste and lifetime transportation impacts, although it did note that it was a per capita decrease in climate, knowing that there'd be more intensive land use happening in this area. And even if you extrapolated further than this and think about what the ZTA is doing by allowing a new use and removing an overlay zone, which is basically serving as a design mechanism, there really are no climate impacts to be taken from that. And so we were comfortable making the assessment that there are no new impacts based on what the master plan found. And so in conclusion, we are recommending support of this ZTA and recommend the planning board put its support behind it as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for presenting and being brief. And well, yes, this is just the finals, one of the final steps in getting this all approved. And I appreciate your presentation, and I agree with the staff recommendations. Oh, Sean.
Yeah. My question, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my question, and I've asked this before, is that when we have a ZTA, the current zoning regulation is not allowing some behavior or allowing us to achieve some goal. And so with this ZTA, what is going to be the change and what do you envision will happen? So when you change a zoning regulation, right, and you change the zone and the use, what are we trying to accomplish, and what will it look like once it's changed?
So by adding dormitory as a limited use, so currently you cannot do dormitory in the CRT or CR zones. And this was something that came directly out of Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan, that there was a desire, at least within the plan boundary area, to allow dormitories as a limited use. And so this would provide the option for a user in one of those zones to have dormitories that currently can't today. The team is here if there's a more direct question as to like why is dormitory needed in this area, but that would be the anticipated change, is that possibly here or anywhere else in the county that there is a CRT or CR zone, that a dormitory associated with an institutional use, because there is a definition of dormitory in the code, could potentially be allowed with a site plan. So that would be the main change there.
Can I just, I think there's a Washington Adventist University was across the street, Mr. Bartley, and they wanted the opportunity to build a dormitory across the street if necessary. They have some dormitories across the street now, and if they have to tear them down or whatever, they want to be able to do that. So in that new zoning code, it wasn't allowed, so we needed to add this so that it's a limited use in that on that site across the street. This is my understanding of why it was needed.
Yeah, but Mr. Berber did something that was very useful that wasn't in the presentation. He said that the definition of dormitory had to be along the lines of institutional use, and so that was a very helpful statement. My concern was that if we change it to the dormitory, that other businesses would exploit and or use it to create dormitory style housing rather than an institution. That was my concern. And when Mr. Berbert just defined dormitory in the code, I didn't see it in the presentation. It makes sense now.
Yeah, apologies. It is on page 6 of the ZTA, the existing definition, but I did not carry it through into the presentation. So I apologize.
Thanks.
And then again, just with the CSR overlay zone and looking at it, primarily it was allowing limited commercial uses in multi-unit zones, which was kind of what was there before the rewrite in 2014, and then the minor master plan changing the zoning to CR, CRT in that area. And it also had very basic development standards conforming to a master plan. Well, that's now a standard of the CR zone, and so that's kind of checked off. And then site plan requirement also. So like all of the requirements that were in that overlay zone are replaced and are now sort of de facto requirements of the CR family of zones. And so there wasn't a need for this redundant overlay zone to be in place anymore.
So someone who's in a CR zone that is a hotel or Airbnb, would they be allowed to construct a dormitory and rent out the rooms in that manner of fashion?
No, because the code does define dormitory as a building or portion of a building used for sleeping purposes in connection with a school, college, or other institutional use.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? None being seen, do I have a motion to approve transmitting the comments to the district council for the zoning text amendment 24-04?
I'll move to transmit comments to the district council on ZTA 24-04.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Ayes have it 5-0. That's concludes all the items we have for today. Thank you everyone for attending, and we'll meet again next Thursday. Thank you.